Chapter 1862. On the other hand, in a hall of the Five Elements sect. At this moment, there were 3 young men in white in the hall. They had an imposing appearance, and there was a trace of incomparable arrogance in the depths of their eyes, as if they were high and mighty nobles. The strength of these 3 people was not simple. They had already reached the peak of the Transcendence realm, and were only a step away from breaking through to the Thunder Retribution realm. Their auras were also several times stronger than ordinary Transcendence realm experts. The person in front of them was Xia Ping's old acquaintance, Yin Shishing. He was a true disciple of the Five Elements sect, a disciple of a saint, and a Transcendence realm expert. However, in front of these 3 young men in white, he was extremely humble, like a pug. The reason why his attitude was so humble was not because of any other reason, but because they were all examiners from the Holy Land of Taichu, responsible for assessing whether or not they could join the Holy Land of Taichu. Their names were Feng Xingyu, Zhang Haodong, and Meng Zhenxuan. The one in the lead was Feng Xingyu. He stood where he was, as if he was surrounded by stars. Thousands of starlight fell, as if he had turned into a son of the stars, unfathomable. Yin Shishing, although your strength is average, you can be considered a good expert in this barbarian land. Plus, you know how to behave, so I'll let you pass this time. Feng Xingyu said. After a strict test just now, he had already decided to let Yin Shishing pass the test and allow him to enter the Holy Land of Taichu to cultivate. Thank you, Master Feng. Hearing this, Yin Shishing was overjoyed. He had worked so hard to prepare for such a long time, and even flattered and sent many precious treasures, all for the sake of entering the Holy Land of Taichu. Now, only by entering the Holy Land of Taichu and obtaining the cultivation resources of the Holy Land of the human race could his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, and only then would he have a chance to defeat that detestable old enemy, Xia Ping. Thinking of the 2 words Xia Ping, he didn't know why, but his heart ached a little. Because after being tricked by this bastard in the heaven-reaching secret realm last time, everyone thought that he had the longevity fruit on him, and even the sect elders had their eyes on the treasures on him. If he had, perhaps he wouldn't be so sullen, but the problem was that he didn't have any. He couldn't take out any treasures, and in the end, his fellow apprentices and elders all thought that he was stingy and wouldn't take them out even if he died. Everyone became distant from him, and there was a knot in their hearts. There was even a lot of gossip about him, saying that he wasn't a brother enough, that he would take everything for himself after he got rich, and that he could only share hardships and not riches. Even if he spent a lot of effort and finally solved the misunderstanding, the relationship between the 2 parties could not be restored. After all, after experiencing such a thing, even if he was an idiot, he could not continue to be friends with these people. What infuriated him the most was that he had been treated as a thorn in the flesh by the major races of the Western cosmos, even by the Devil Dao figures. They believed that he was the murderer who had killed an important figure in their race. Those bastards couldn't do anything to Xia Ping, so they came to find trouble with him. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. There were several times when he went out to gain experience, and he almost fell into the trap of those demonic cultivators and was successfully assassinated. After a few assassination attempts, he no longer dared to leave the sect. He could only hide in the depths of the sect and cultivate silently. Otherwise, if he were to leave without sufficient strength, he would most likely be killed by the assassins. Therefore, the Holy Land of Taichu was his only chance and hope now. However, the other nominated disciples of the Five Elements sect can't pass. They are not strong enough. Joining the Holy Land of Taichu is a disgrace to us, Feng Xingyu said coldly. Feng Xingyu said coldly. This time, the Five Elements sect had nominated 5 candidates, but only Yin Shishing had passed. Of course, after all, not everyone can enter the Holy Land of Taichu. Yin Shishing sneered. He didn't care about those brothers. Anyway, it was enough for him to enter the Holy Land of Taichu. As for whether other brothers could enter or not, it had nothing to do with him. Moreover, before, they had hit him when he was down and ridiculed him. He had seen through this fucking society. Well, now that the assessment is over, we have to go to the next sect, the Heaven and Earth sect. We can't delay it. Feng Xingyu and the others were about to leave the Five Elements sect. The Heaven and Earth sect? Was that guy Xia Ping also nominated? Hearing the name of the Heaven and Earth sect, Yin Shishing instinctively shivered and couldn't help but ask. Yes, the name Xia Ping is indeed on it. But do you know him? Are you friends for many years? Zhang Haodong asked curiously, looking at Yin Shishing. Yes, of course I know him. Even if he turns into ashes, I will still recognize him. Yin Shishing gritted his teeth. I won't bother with the pleasantries. In fact, I have a blood feud with this bastard. My childhood sweetheart, my fiancée, was snatched away by him. He even impregnated her. What? Your fiancée was snatched away, and she got pregnant right in front of you? Is the relationship in the barbarian land so complicated? Feng Xingyu, Zhang Haodong, and Meng Jinshuan were a little shocked and dumbfounded. Although they had heard a lot of stories about Lao Wang next door, they had never seen it. Now, they actually saw a man with a green hat on his head. The corner of Yin Shishing's mouth twitched. What was going on? Did he say that he knocked up his fiancée in front of him? That brat was a little bad, but not to this extent. Moreover, he was not so cowardly as to watch someone do something to his fiancée and remain indifferent. However, this kind of misunderstanding seemed to be very beneficial to him. He coughed and said, "That's right. That kid is so evil and inhumane. I'm not the first person to suffer from his evil schemes. God knows how many people in the Eastern universe have been tormented by him. Even the Western universe, the Northern universe, and the Southern universe have enemies of him. The evil deeds he has done are simply too numerous to list. Such a bad person, is there no one who can deal with him?" Zhang Haodong was very angry. Deal with him? Who dares to do anything to him? He is the last disciple of the Dark North Saint. Who knows how strong his background is? Yin Shishing added oil to the fire. After that guy did bad things, he still shouted at me. No matter how many bad things he did, no matter how many women he slept with, his master could handle it. We, the victims, only dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. Even if he cuckolded me, I could only swallow my anger and pretend that nothing happened. He revealed an expression of grief and indignation. Too arrogant. He is simply too arrogant and tyrannical. In my life, I have always looked down on such good-for-nothing rich kids. They are vermin who know nothing and only know how to do bad things. Feng Xingyu, Zhang Haodong, and Meng Jinshuan could not help but clench their fists. Although they came from the Central Universe, people in the Central Universe were also divided into different levels. Even in the same family, there were direct descendants and concubines. The difference in treatment between the two was like heaven and earth. Chapter 1863. Hearing this disciple of the Holy Land of Taichu being so angry, Yin Shishing was overjoyed, thinking that this was a godsend opportunity. He immediately took the opportunity to sow dissension. Yes, I'm so angry when I think that he can enter the Holy Land of Taichu like me. Enter the Holy Land of Taichu? That's wishful thinking. I won't let such a black sheep enter the Holy Land of Taichu. Otherwise, it'll be like a rat's poop spoiling a pot of soup. Feng Xingyu clenched his fists. No, we can't do that. We are the examiners of the Holy Land of Taichu, and we represent the image of the Holy Land of Taichu. We can't do such a thing, Zhang Haodong said in a low voice. Yes, if he really has the ability, then we can only let him enter the Holy Land of Taichu. Meng Jinshuan said helplessly. Don't worry, that kid has no ability at all. He's just a playboy. Yin Shishing immediately said, Can you believe it? He's not even 30 years old, but he's already condensed a primordial spirit and reached the returning nature realm. This kind of cultivation speed is frightening. I can assure you that the reason why this kid reached this level is purely by taking pills. He has no ability at all. What? He reached the returning nature realm before 30 years old? Even in the Central Universe, there aren't many people with such a speed. Hearing this, Feng Xingyu was very surprised. It's impossible for someone to cultivate so fast in this barren land. It seems that this kid probably took some kind of universal treasure, or else he wouldn't be able to cultivate so fast. Zhang Haodong and Meng Jinshuan also nodded. They thought that they were geniuses even in the Central Universe, not to mention in this barren land. No one could compare to them at all. But now, there was someone who cultivated faster than them. No one would believe that he didn't reach this level by taking pills. Moreover, his promotion quota this time was obtained through the back door. He relied on his master's relationship to forcefully kick out a genius disciple of Heaven and Earth sect who has no backing but has a very bright future. That guy has no one to help him and has lost a great opportunity. Yin Shishing said with pity, "If this kid enters the holy land of Taichu, I don't know how many opportunities he'll harm." He showed an unwilling expression and was very angry. "You got a spot through the back door? Damn it. What I hate most in my life are those who go through the back door. Don't worry, Xia Ping is dead meat. He will never have a chance to enter the holy land of Taichu." Hearing these words, Feng Xingyu immediately became furious because he had the same experience. He had once wanted to enter a certain secret realm, but the number of people allowed was limited. Originally, with Xiao Chen's talent and strength, obtaining this spot was already in the bag. However, he had not expected that someone, a direct descendant of an ancient clan, would suddenly appear and kick him out of the competition. Feng Xingyu couldn't do anything about it. Everyone had a backer, but he didn't. If he didn't get kicked, who else could he kick? Ever since that incident, he hated all those who tried to enter through the back door. Yin Shishing was overjoyed. Seeing that the three examiners were so angry, it seemed that Xia Ping's entry into the holy land of Taichu was definitely not going to happen. The thought of this kid crying for his mom and dad when he was denied entry into the holy land of Taichu made him feel very happy. He felt that he had finally gotten his revenge after being tricked so many times by this kid. However, he was also very cautious. He kept a low profile and did not reveal any expression of satisfaction. A few days later, Feng Xingyu, Zhang Haodong, and Meng Zhenxuan, the three examiners from the holy land of Taichu, finally left the Five-Element sect. They boarded a spaceship and arrived at the Qiankuan sect aggressively. Sect Master Zhu Xian and the others also quickly came forward to greet them. Although the three examiners' cultivation was not as high as theirs, they were cultivators representing the holy land of Taichu after all, so they could not be rude. Well, no need to say more. Let the 5 candidates of the Qiankuan sect come out. Feng Xingyu was expressionless and waved his hand in a completely businesslike manner. Zhang Haodong and Meng Zhenxuan didn't seem to be polite at all. Many elders of the Qiankuan sect were stunned. They instinctively felt that the 3 examiners seemed to be a little unfriendly, and their attitude was not very good. Of course. Sect Master Zhu Xian nodded and immediately let Xia Ping and the 5 candidates of the Qiankuan sect into the main hall. "You are Xia Ping?" When Xia Ping arrived, Feng Xingyu and the others stared at Xia Ping with unfriendly looks on their faces. They looked him up and down as if they were trying to see through him. "That's right, I will not change my name or my surname. What do you think?" Xia Ping could also hear that the 3 people's tone was not very friendly, as if they were here to pick a fight. In this situation, he naturally would not be polite. "How is this possible? The Transcendence Realm, you actually condensed the transcendence of heaven and earth. Didn't the information say that you are only at the returning nature realm?" Zhang Haodong seemed to have seen through Xia Ping's cultivation and could not hide his inner shock. He was clearly a cultivator at the returning nature realm not long ago, but in such a short time, he actually broke through to the transcendence realm and successfully condensed the transcendence of heaven and earth. It was too incredible. He remembered that it took at least hundreds of years for him to advance from the returning nature realm to the transcendence realm, and this was considered a fast cultivation speed, so he was called a genius. But what was going on with this kid? How could he progress so fast? How many pills did he take to advance to this level? Were those universe-level rare elixirs free? Zhang Haodong, Meng Zhenxuan, and Feng Xingyu were so jealous that their intestines turned green. In their opinion, it must be the power behind Xia Ping. In order to improve Xia Ping's cultivation, they did not hesitate to give him spirit medicines and medicinal pills, which was why he could improve so quickly. They could not imagine how many elixirs had been used to raise this kid's cultivation to this level. It must have been an astronomical number, enough to make many small families go bankrupt. When they thought about this kid's extravagant consumption of medicinal pills and spirit medicines, throwing away one after another, they immediately felt unbalanced. They came from the central cosmos, yet they were treated worse than this country bumpkin. The heavens were truly unfair. I just broke through not long ago. What's wrong? Are you guys not satisfied with my breakthrough? Xia Ping glanced at them. Kid, don't be too arrogant. So what if you improve quickly? It's all because of elixirs. Taking elixirs is not true ability. Seeing Xia Ping's attitude, Feng Xingyu was angry. That's right. This kind of elixir cultivation is already outdated. It will create a strong resistance. Reaching the Thunder Calamity realm is already the limit. It is impossible to break through to the Saint realm. Zhang Haodong and Meng Zhenxuan sneered. It's none of your business. I just like to take elixirs to cultivate. Bite me if you don't like it. A bunch of poor people want to teach the rich a lesson? Have you measured yourselves? Do you have money on you? Can you afford a girlfriend? Do you have your own independent cave? Xia Ping said with disdain. Fuck this bastard. Chapter 1864. Cut the crap. Feng Xingyu's face was gloomy. Don't you want to pass the entrance assessment of the Holy Land of Taichu? The assessment is very simple. You just have to fight with me. If you win, you can enter the Holy Land of Taichu. What? Hearing this, many elders of the Qiankuan sect were shocked because such an assessment was too much. After all, disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu were more powerful than ordinary cultivators. Even among cultivators of the same level, they were overwhelmingly powerful, which was obvious to all. Usually, the examiners only needed to assess the candidates and recognize their potential and strength. They didn't need to defeat the examiners at all. But now, the other party made such a request, which was obviously to make things difficult for them. Just when they were about to object, Xia Ping touched his chin and said, I just have to defeat you. Why is the assessment so simple? Do you want the 3 examiners to fight me together? What did you say? Zhang Haodong, Meng Zhenxuan, and Feng Xingyu all stared at Xia Ping with their eyes wide open. They never thought that Xia Ping would dare to make such a request. It was impossible to defeat one of them, but this kid wanted to fight all 3 of them. He was simply crazy. Was he really an idiot? Zhu Xian and the others were also stunned. They had never seen anyone make such a request and increase the difficulty of their assessment. Don't you understand human language? I'll let the 3 of you fight me together to save time. Xia Ping said simply and straightforwardly. Fuck, you wanna die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Haodong was furious. He had never heard anyone make such a request. Such a request was clearly looking down on them, the geniuses from the Holy Land of Taichu. What the contemptuous request! Since this is your request, I hope you won't regret it. If you can't enter the Holy Land of Taichu, just say that the examiners are deliberately making things difficult for you. Feng Xingyu's face was very gloomy. He also felt that he was completely underestimated by this guy. It was already extremely difficult to defeat him alone, and now he wanted to challenge all 3 of them. If they didn't completely crush this kid's arrogance, others would look down on them, the geniuses from the Holy Land of Taichu. This brat is simply seeking his own death. He's just a weakling who can't even defeat Yin Shishing, yet he wants to provoke the 3 of us. We must teach him a lesson and let him know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Meng Zhenxuan clenched his fists, his expression ferocious. He had already heard from Yin Shishing that this Xia Ping was actually a fake. He had relied on the back door to get the nomination, and his strength was not that great. Not too long ago, Yin Shishing was also able to beat Xia Ping like a dog. If it wasn't for the identity behind this brat, he would have long since crippled this guy. How could this Xia Ping still be alive and kicking today? How could a trash like him dare to openly provoke the 3 of them? He really didn't know how to write the word death. They must let this good-for-nothing have a taste of true terror. Yin Shishing? Xia Ping's ears were very sharp, and he heard these 3 words. You also know that fake Yin Shishing. Did he also participate in the assessment and plan to join the Holy Land of Taichu? He instinctively felt that the 3 examiners' bad attitude must have a lot to do with Yin Shishing. Shut up. Fellow cultivator Yin Shishing is also someone you despise. He's quite strong and has already passed the test. He will enter the Holy Land of Taichu in a few days, but you won't have the chance. With me, a fair and impartial examiner here, no fake cultivator can pass the test. Feng Xingyu sneered and stared at Xia Ping with disdain. Make your move. Since you want to challenge the three of us, we can let you make 3 moves first. Let's see how far you can go. Zhang Haodong stood with his hands behind his back, his attitude arrogant. Don't say that we didn't give you a chance to make your move. Just use your so-called martial arts skills, and we will show you the power of the Holy Land of Taichu. Meng Zhenshuan was also extremely arrogant. He thought that since he came from the highest level of the Holy Land of the human clan, everything he learned was top-notch, and he was also a top genius in the universe. No matter what this barbarian playboy did, he would not be able to hurt the 3 of them. 3 moves first? What a joke. They were not afraid even if they let him make 30 moves first. Well, since you want to let me make 3 moves first, then I will respectfully accept. Xia Ping did not hesitate. He moved his mind. Boom, in an instant, a horrible hot power gushed out of Xia Ping's body, quickly forming a Dharma form. It was a divine bird, the golden crow of hell. It was dark gold in color, and its whole body was condensed by dark golden flames. Standing in the void with 3 feet, its body was densely covered with golden crow runes and hell runes. Its whole body exuded an ancient, chaotic, primitive yin and yang aura, as if it were a supreme divine beast that had emerged from chaos, invincible. Fuck! Feng Xingyu, Meng Zhenshuan, and Zhang Haodong could not help but curse, inexplicably shocked. The instant this Dharma form appeared, it produced a terrifying heat wave that swept out in all directions, condensing into a material form. A terrifying chi wall appeared, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 3 of them were like rubber balls that were sent flying. Oh my God, what a powerful Dharma form! Retreat, retreat quickly. Disciples whose cultivation levels are not at the transcendence realm, immediately retreat 3,000 miles, or you will die for sure. Activate the Great Formation, turn this hall into a temporary arena, and protect the surroundings. Sect leader Zhu Xian and the others were scared half to death, feeling this unprecedented terrifying aura. It was as if under such pressure, ordinary transcendence realm cultivators would be seriously injured. The Qingkuan sect disciples whose cultivation levels were insufficient all ran out of the hall without a care for their lives. Some elders couldn't dodge in time and were directly sent flying for hundreds of miles, coughing out blood in midair. Kacha, kacha, kacha sounds could be heard from the entire ground. Shocking cracks appeared on the ground. The palace was also covered in dense restrictive formations, but it was of no use. It seemed to have been shattered and was on the verge of collapse. At the same time, terrifying flames appeared on this Dharma form's body. It was like a blazing sun in the sky, burning through the ages. It released a brilliant light, directly tearing through the sky and rushing out of Qingkuan's star. Even though they were thousands of miles away, the many Qingkuan sect disciples could feel this Dharma form giving off dense pure yang energy. It was like a blazing sun, burning all kinds of yin and cold energy would be burned and refined. Many rocks on the ground were also rapidly burned and melted, turning into magma that flowed on the cracks in the ground. It seemed to have formed a river of magma that flowed wantonly in all directions. Chapter 1865. Junior brother Xia, what kind of Dharma form is this? The pure yang qi on his body is so strong. It's like an extraordinary fire that can burn everything. An elder of the Qingkuan sect was shocked. He stared at the Dharma form surging out of Xia Ping's body. He had seen countless Transcendence Realm masters, but he had never seen such a powerful Dharma form. It was as if this Dharma form could sweep the world and be invincible. I don't know. It is said that junior brother Xia has cultivated a pure yang cultivation method, which is extremely powerful. It is not a unique skill of the Qingkuan sect, but he obtained it from some ruins. It seems that this cultivation method is not to be underestimated. Zhu Xian, the sect leader, was also shocked. Even an ordinary Transcendence Realm master could not have such an aura. His strength was far beyond that of an ordinary Transcendence Realm Master. I originally thought that junior brother Xia's foundation might be a little weak, since he progressed so fast. But now it seems that I was thinking too much. Such a Dharma form is not a solid foundation. It's overflowing. It's so powerful. Many elders of the Qiankuan sect could not help but swallow. They could feel the strong aura from Xia Ping. They estimated that even if they were to fight against him, they would not be a match for Xia Ping. Just the appearance of this Dharma form was enough to burn them all to death. They could not even get close to Xia Ping. It's over. We've been fooled. We've been fooled by Yin Shishing. How can he be so strong? Feng Xingyu, Meng Zhinshuan, and Zhang Haodong's faces immediately darkened. Once an expert made a move, one would be able to tell whether or not they were real. If Xia Ping really was a fake who relied on pills to advance, how could his foundation be so solid and his Dharma idol so strong? The so-called Dharma form was a terrible Dharma form formed by the combination of the cultivator's primordial spirit and Dharma power. It represented the essence of the cultivator. Therefore, the moment Xia Ping's Dharma form appeared, they immediately knew that the person in front of them was absolutely a peerless genius. Even in the holy land of Taichu, he was definitely one of the best. Whether this kid is fake or not, we have no way to back down now. We must teach this kid a lesson. Otherwise, no one will respect us disciples from the holy land of Taichu anymore. We can't lose. Feng Xingyu's expression was ferocious. Yi Futian formed a seal with both of his hands, and a powerful mana immediately rushed out from the depths of his sea of consciousness, instantly forming a Dharma idol of heaven and earth. It was 100-meter-tall giant clad in armor and holding a spear in his hand. His body was surrounded by a dense power of stars, shaking the surrounding void space. Endless starlight descended from the depths of the void space. At this moment, it was as if the entire sky had darkened. The heavens shook and the earth trembled. Countless stars twinkled in the sky, forming a boundless starry sky that was extremely resplendent. Stellar Dharma idol. The Qiankuan sect's elders in the surroundings were all astonished. This was the famous astral Dharma idol. Moreover, Feng Xingyu seemed to have condensed an astral physique as well. His body contained boundless astral energy. It could only be said that they were worthy of being disciples of the holy land of Taichu. Any random disciple of the holy land of Taichu could cultivate the famous star body. Once this body was formed, the stars would dance, containing the supreme power of starlight. Kill! Feng Xingyu shouted angrily. The stellar Dharma idol behind him moved. Holding a spear in its hand, it instantly rushed towards Xia Ping. Layers of spear shadows appeared, and each of them blasted out thousands of starlights. These starlights were extremely terrifying. They were like peerless sword radiance, tearing the void space apart. As long as one was hit by them, his entire body would be pierced, then frozen, and corroded by the astral energy. At this moment, thousands of starlights blasted over, covering thousands of kilometers. It was simply unavoidable. Many Qiankuan sect's elders could feel the terrible murderous intent contained in each starlight. Wisps after wisps, it was as if the stars were angry, with earth-shattering power. How dare you use the stellar Dharma idol in front of me? You're showing off in front of an expert. A glimmer of light flashed in Xia Ping's eyes. The hell golden raven Dharma idol behind him moved. Without anyone seeing how it moved, it stood on 3 legs on the ground and slapped out a dark golden claw. This claw seemed to have grabbed all the energy of heaven and earth within a radius of thousands of kilometers. The entire space collapsed as boundless energy gathered in the depths of the huge claw, emitting a violent aura. At the same time, the dark golden claw flashed with countless hell golden raven runes, transforming into pieces of supreme scriptures that suppressed the void space, containing a terrifying power. Boom! In an instant, the thousands of starlights were instantly destroyed by this claw. Each and every constellation in the sky was invaded by the deviant flames, instantly burning up. The starry sky was burned full of holes, as if it had turned into many volcanoes that kept spewing lava. The temperature kept rising, turning this place into a world of flames. Impossible! Feng Xingyu screamed. He simply didn't dare to believe this. His peak attack was condensed with the supreme stellar Dharma idol, gathering the power of thousands of stars. By right, it should be invincible. Yet, with just a single swipe of his claw, the other party was able to easily tear through his starlight phenomenon and destroy his starlight phenomenon as easily as crushing dry weeds. He could only feel an unparalleled and terrifying force crushing down on him, ruthlessly slapping his body. In the next second, his entire body flew out like a rubber ball, smashing into a mountain on Qianquan planet thousands of miles away, creating a huge crater. This mountain was the residence of an elder, and there were many restrictive matrices set up on it, making it extremely sturdy. Ordinary power wouldn't be able to shake it. Otherwise, who knew how far he would have flown? With a few cracking sounds, Feng Xingyu felt all the bones in his body shatter. It was as if he had been smashed by a planet or crushed by an excavator countless times. His blood spurted out of his mouth like it was free, flowing all over the ground. He felt as if he was recalling his short life in this second, playing back and forth, as if he had walked back and forth from hell to the underworld. Bastard, how dare you treat senior brother Feng like this? I'll fight you. Seeing this, Zhang Haodong was enraged, unable to contain his anger. Endless anger gushed out from his body. Wux's heaven and earth Dharma idol was actually a blue sea. This sea was boundless and terrifying water surged. It was as if a world of water was slowly rising, drowning everything. At this moment, Zhang Haodong was like a god who ruled over the sea. He held a trident in his hand, and his body was covered in dense sea runes. Countless waves surged around him. The true essence of water, the catastrophe of the end of the world, destroy him. Zhang Haodong shouted. He put his hands together and used all his strength to activate his ocean Dharma idol. Rumble. Chapter 1866. It's actually an oceanic aspect. The amount of essence qi needed to condense such an aspect is incalculable. What's more, this isn't ordinary seawater. It's the heavenly water of heaven and earth that was plundered from the depths of the water dimension. Inwood water. It possesses the terrifying power of heavenly water. Ordinary cultivators will drown if they enter it. Not only does this water have the power of drowning, but it also contains the power of Yin. If a cultivator falls into it, their organs would be invaded by the coldness and their magic power would be frozen. Seems like junior brother Xia is in danger. This Yinwood water can probably counter ordinary fire. Many Qianquan sect elders discussed. They could tell that Zhang Haodong's strength wasn't ordinary. He was a top-notch expert who cultivated water magic power. He was the nemesis of cultivators who cultivated the power of fire. Now that Xia Ping encountered Zhang Haodong, he had undoubtedly met his nemesis. It was like a mouse meeting a cat. Senior brother Zhang, let me help you. But the danger wasn't over yet. At this moment, Meng Jinshuan also attacked. In order to completely defeat Xia Ping, he chose to join forces with Xia Ping, not giving him any chance. Rumble, a powerful magic power rose from his body. A heaven and earth aspect rapidly condensed. Everyone looked over and were incomparably shocked. It was actually a golden longsword. This golden longsword emitted a dense aura of metal. It was a crystallization of metal-type essence qi. It was as though if one got close to it, they would be corroded by the metal elements and turn into metal. At the same time, the depths of this longsword seemed to contain a powerful sword intent. It was indestructible. With a slight movement, the entire sky was split apart by this sword intent. Sword Dao Divine Ability, 10,000 swords returned to origin. Meng Jinshuan flew up. The golden longsword behind him trembled. In an instant, it actually transformed into thousands of golden flying swords that trembled and buzzed. Thousands of golden flying swords gathered together freely, forming a supreme sword formation. Boundless sword qi brewed in the depths of the formation, unceasingly slicing through space. Every sword qi seemed to have the power to tear apart stars. They were incomparably powerful. The surrounding Qianquan sect elders all felt as though there was a blade on their backs. Just by looking at these golden flying swords, They felt as though their primordial spirits were being pierced by the dense aura of metal. They couldn't help but take a few steps back, afraid that they would be pierced by these swords and die. With a thought, tens of thousands of golden flying swords instantly flew out, blotting out the sky and earth as they bombarded towards Xia Ping, leaving him nowhere to escape. Two masters at the peak of the Dharma stage attacked at the same time. This kind of power was earth-shattering. Both sides attacked at the same time, not giving Xia Ping any chance to escape. It was extremely powerful. Sect leader, should we stop this battle? If this continues, junior brother Xia will be in danger. There were elders who suggested stopping the battle. They had this ability as well. After all, this was the source of heaven and earth sect. There were powerful formations everywhere. As long as the great formations were activated, they could immediately end the battle. There's no rush. Junior brother Xia is not someone to be trifled with. Let's wait and see. Sect Master Zhu Xian looked at Xia Ping and found that Xia Ping did not panic at all. Instead, he was extremely calm, as if he was a grandmaster looking at a few hotheads challenging him. He did not put this force in his eyes at all. If Xia Ping wasn't pretending to be calm, then it meant that Xia Ping's strength was beyond everyone's imagination and unfathomable. He was not in a hurry. After all, if Xia Ping was in danger, he could step in at any time to stop the battle. Not bad, Dharma power of heaven and earth. Among all the masters in the Dharma realm, you are considered one of the strongest. However, if you want to fight with me, you'd better go back to the holy land of Taichu and train for a few thousand years. At this moment, Xia Ping made his move. The Dharma power behind him moved. Originally, this three-legged golden raven of hell was standing in the void with its eyes closed as if in a state of sleep. However, at this moment, it actually opened its eyes and woke up in an instant. As soon as it opened its eyes, all the cultivators in the entire Qiankuan star felt a terrifying aura emanating from the golden raven of hell, spreading to every corner of the Qiankuan star. All the disciples in the Qiankuan star trembled as if they had met their natural enemy. There was a kind of fear that came from the depths of their blood and souls. The weaker disciples were so scared that they fainted, foaming at the mouth. The ground within a radius of several thousand kilometers was unable to withstand such pressure. Kacha-kacha sounds rang out as terrifying cracks appeared. It was as if the ground was being torn into 8 or 10 pieces. Rumble, the golden raven of hell had 2 eyes. One was the golden raven's eye, which contained the essence of a star. The other was the eye of hell, which contained the power of hell. When the 2 eyes opened, the power that erupted was simply earth-shattering. Swish, swish. In an instant, 2 beams of light shot out from the 2 eyes. One was a golden light, emitting a strong pure yang qi and the power of flames. This was the power of the sun that was condensed to the extreme, like the light of the moment when a star exploded. The other was a black light. This kind of pitch-black power was extremely deep, deeper than the darkness from the abyss, as if it was the sin of hell that could never be erased. Oh no! Zhang Haodong felt this tyrannical power, as if there was a crisis of death in his body. His hair stood on end as if he had encountered the greatest crisis of his life. He wanted to block and dodge, but he couldn't do anything because the speed of the golden light was too fast. It had surpassed the speed of his divine sense. The beam of golden light shot out by the golden crow's eye easily pierced through the vast sea, as if the sea had been split into 2 halves by a sharp sword. At the same time, this golden light burned with the power of the strange fire, instantly evaporating the sea. The sea was overturned, and the water was evaporated into steam. Oh my God! Zhu Xian and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. They were extremely surprised because this was the Yi Wood water, one of the most powerful strange waters in the world. The water spread everywhere, and it was so terrifying that even the Samadhi true fire could resist it. But now, it couldn't resist it and was burned by this flame. In an instant, the entire sea was evaporated. It was like a sun had fallen into the sea, and all the water had been burned to nothing. Immediately, Zhang Haodong let out a shrill scream. After suffering such a serious injury, his whole body was blasted away like a ball. Bang! In the next second, he fiercely crashed into a spatial enchantment, as if he had hit a hard wall. Immediately, his lungs were injured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But this was only a superficial injury. Most importantly, his dharma of heaven and earth had been broken, and it was like his primordial spirit had been seriously injured. He was in so much pain that he kept rolling on the ground, as if thousands of ants were biting his little brother. Chapter 1867. 10,000 Swords as One, World of Swords. Seeing Zhang Haodong's miserable state, Meng Jinshuan had a better understanding of the power of this beam of light. His hair stood on end, knowing that he had encountered the greatest crisis of his life. He repeatedly performed peerless sword moves. Wave after wave of sword chi blasted toward him, interweaving into a huge space sword formation, covering the world from top to bottom. This was simply a world of swords. With such a sword move, he could even occupy a place in the holy land of Taichu. In the blink of an eye, the beam of black light shot toward him. There was no suspense, not even a sound. This sword formation, this world of swords, was immediately torn apart. Almost in an instant, this beam of light completely tore apart thousands of golden flying swords, crushed them into powder, and decomposed them into the most primitive chi of the world. Annihilated, in an instant, this sword formation was annihilated. This was a destructive power. Many elders of the Qianquan sect were dumbfounded. One strike, just one strike, and this incomparably mighty world of swords completely disappeared, instantly annihilated, as if it had never existed. The moment this world of swords appeared, they all felt that it was extremely difficult to deal with. It was a peerless sword formation that was both offensive and defensive, and there was almost no blind spot. But now it was different. It seemed that Xia Ping did not consider attacking the blind spots at all. He directly crushed it with his strength, and in an instant, this world of swords collapsed, turned into powder, and evaporated. Impossible! Meng Jinshuan could not help but scream. Just one strike had destroyed all his hopes and forced him into a desperate situation. It was as if he was still a baby in swaddling clothes, extremely fragile. He had never been so desperate in his life. But the next second, he could no longer scream, because this beam of black light came to kill him. Immediately, he sensed an endless darkness, which enveloped everything. Not even a trace of sunlight could escape. It was like the sin in the deepest part of hell, so thick that it could not be dissolved. At the same time, there was also a bone-piercing coldness wrapped around his body. This was not as simple as just the coldness of his body. Even his primordial spirit seemed to be frozen at this moment, as if it had fallen into the deepest part of hell. Bang! Meng Jinshuan was blasted away, flying for hundreds of kilometers, and finally smashed into the boundary. He suffered internal injuries on the spot, and coughed up blood. He looked at Xia Ping in front of him in horror. If Xia Ping did not show mercy just now, he was afraid that he would really have fallen into the depths of hell, never to come back. What kind of power was this? Even though he knew many peerless cultivation methods from the holy land of Taichu, he still felt a deep sense of despair in the face of such power. He was powerless to resist. He won. Junior brother Xia really won. It's too powerful. What kind of Dharma idol did Junior Xia condense? How can it be so powerful? I can only say that he is indeed the last disciple of Dark North Saint. His combat power is beyond imagination. Even the disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu are no match for him. Previously, I was worried that Junior brother Xia would be defeated. Now, it seems that my worries were groundless. Elders of Xia said, I Xia Qian was. Xia 1000 QS, Xia was. World, Ping. Many the sect elders and sect. Zhu Xian, the sect master, was also shocked. Examiners, how about now? Can I pass the test of the holy land of Taichu? Xia Ping looked down at Meng Jinshuan, Feng Xingyu, and Zhang Haodong. His expression was very indifferent, as if defeating 3 disciples of the holy land of Taichu was not a big deal at all. He did not make any sarcastic remarks, but his silence made Meng Jinshuan, Feng Xingyu, and Zhang Haodong feel ashamed and resentful. Before, they swore that they could defeat this guy from the barbarian land alone. But who would have thought that even with the three of them joining hands, they would still be defeated so easily? The difference wasn't as simple as 1 or 2 points. This was simply the difference between heaven and earth, and couldn't be measured with a single mile. If I can't pass, I can continue to accompany you. Xia Ping continued. No need. We have seen your strength. You are fully qualified to enter the holy land of Taichu. Hearing this, Meng Jinshuan, Feng Xingyu, and Zhang Haodong hurriedly said. They were afraid that they would lose their lives if they continued to fight. How could they be a match for this guy now? Even if they were at their peak, they were easily defeated just now, let alone seriously injured. They had never experienced such a feeling of powerlessness. It was too terrible. That's good. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. You guys help yourselves. After saying this, Xia Ping turned around and left. He was not interested in staying here any longer. Seeing Xia Ping leave, Meng Jinshuan, Feng Xingyu, and Zhang Haodong suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this guy was not as bad as the rumors said. He did not pursue them relentlessly. Damn Yin Shishing, we were all fooled by this bastard. That guy actually said that Xia Ping was a fake and that he only reached this realm by taking pills. What kind of people can have this kind of strength after taking pills? Feng Xingyu gritted his teeth. He immediately became extremely angry with Yin Shishing. If it weren't for this guy sowing discord, they would not have done such a reckless thing. He said before that he easily defeated Xia Ping, but now it seems that it was just bullshit. With such strength, it is impossible for Yin Shishing to defeat a person with such strength. Meng Jinshuan gritted his teeth. Yin Shishing must have a grudge against Xia Ping, so he sowed discord and instigated us to deal with Xia Ping. Zhang Haodong clenched his fists. This matter must not end like this. We must seek justice from Yin Shishing. Feng Xingyu said angrily. Send a message to him and see what Yin Shishing has to say. Meng Jinshuan immediately said. In order to facilitate communication, they had exchanged numbers with Yin Shishing before. Soon he sent a message. Yin Shishing, this is Meng Jinshuan. I just did as you said and fought with Xia Ping. If you still have a little conscience, bring some healing pills and 10,000-year-old elixirs to Qinkuan sect to see me. But after a while, there was still no reply. He was unwilling to give up and sent another message. Damn, this bastard has already blacklisted me. Meng Jinshuan cursed. He realized that his message couldn't be sent to Yin Shishing's number. It showed that he was no longer a friend. It was obvious that he had been blacklisted. Chapter 1868. On the other hand, inside the Five Elements sect. At this moment, Yin Shishing also received the news and the message sent by Meng Jinshuan. He knew that the 3 disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu had been brutally defeated by Xia Ping. What the fuck? He even brought some healing elixirs. If he really went, wouldn't he be walking into a tiger's mouth? Do you think I'm stupid? Yin Shishing's face turned green. He deftly blocked Meng Jinshuan and the others. He knew that he had tricked Meng Jinshuan and the others. God knows how much the other party wanted to eat him alive. If he really went to visit them, he would definitely be beaten up so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. He didn't feel sorry for such a fake brotherhood, so he didn't hesitate to abandon the 3 disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu. Fuck, even the 3 disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu are no match for Xia Ping. This bastard is getting more and more powerful. Will I still have a chance to take revenge in the future? Yin Shishing clenched his fists, very unwilling. He really didn't know how to deal with Xia Ping. Then he gritted his teeth and said, No, I can't stay in the 5 Elements sect for the time being. I have to slip away and go to the Central Universe immediately. Otherwise, if I'm targeted by those 3 disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu, I'll lose a layer of skin even if I don't die. He decided to slip away immediately and hide. He absolutely couldn't be found by Meng Jinshuan and the others. Otherwise, he would definitely be tortured by these disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu. On the dark north peak of the Qinkuan sect. At this time, there were 3 saints gathered in the depths of the hall. They were the Dark North Saint, the scorching sun saint, and the snow ocean saint. They were the true pillars of the Qiankuan sect. They also saw the scene of the battle between Xia Ping and the 3 disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu. My 2 friends, how is my disciple's strength? Is he good enough for you? The Dark North Saint laughed, very proud. He's not just good enough. He obviously hasn't entered the Holy Land of Taichu, but he's already so powerful. Even the disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu are no match for him. His combat power is not to be underestimated. Even I didn't have such combat power when I was young. The Scorching Sun Saint sighed. You actually recruited such a genius disciple. Dark North, you're really lucky. I don't know how much luck you've spent. He was very jealous. Furthermore, that disciple didn't seem to have fully displayed his strength. It was just the tip of the iceberg. I could sense that his body contained a vast amount of magic power, comparable to a thunder retribution cultivator. It seems that your disciple has quite a lot of secrets. Snow Ocean Sage narrowed his eyes, as though he had seen through some of Xia Ping's secrets. Who doesn't have fortuitous encounters and secrets to become an expert? The Dark North Saint smiled and did not think much of it. The myriad heavens fortune diagram is about to open. I'm sure your disciple will enter as well. Who knows how many waves will be stirred up then? The Burning Sun Saint said, moreover, every time it opens, the entire universe will experience a bloodbath. Even many geniuses from the central cosmos will come, and even the various races will fight over it. Aren't you afraid that your disciple will perish inside? When he was young, he had also entered the myriad heavens creation map and obtained some fortuitous encounters from it. That was how he was able to advance by leaps and bounds and ascend to the Saint Realm. Thus, he knew how attractive and dangerous the myriad heavens creation map was to many geniuses. Even some old monsters who were nearing the end of their lifespans would become even crazier and risk everything. At that time, it would definitely cause an earth-shattering massacre and countless casualties. He also has his own destiny. The road to becoming a saint is destined to be bumpy. Even if there is no danger in the myriad heavens creation map this time, the next time he enters the secret land may not be the same. If he dies this time, it means that this is his destiny, and no one can stop it. The Dark North Saint said lightly, but I am very confident in this disciple. He is not the kind of person who will die in the myriad heavens creation map because of this kind of thing. Then I'll wait and see. Maybe in the future, we will have another companion. The Burning Sun Saint laughed. The news that Xia Ping defeated the 3 examiners from the Holy Land of Taichu also flew out as if it had grown wings. It almost spread to all the forces in the eastern cosmos, and even the southern cosmos, the northern cosmos, and the western cosmos had heard about it. After all, last time in the heaven-accessing secret land, Xia Ping became an influential figure and was always under the attention of those who wanted to know. Now that such a thing had happened, all the major forces immediately inquired about the specific information. What? Xia Ping from the Qiankuan sect actually defeated the 3 examiners from the Holy Land of Taichu with his own hands, and it was 1 against 3? Are you kidding me? Xia Ping was only at the restoring nature realm before and had just condensed his spirit. How could he have such strength? This information is already out of date. Xia Ping from the Qiankuan sect has condensed the law of heaven and earth and advanced to the transcendence realm. My God, how long has it been? He actually advanced to the transcendence realm. Even if he took pills, it would not be so fast. It's not that I have never seen a disciple of a sage, but I have never seen such a monstrous genius. Not only did he advance to the transcendence realm, but he even defeated the disciples from the Holy Land of Taichu, 1 against 3. This is very unusual. It is said that he has not been to the Holy Land of Taichu and the Palace of Darkness. It's incredible. How on earth did he cultivate? How did he have such combat strength? Humph, I want to see what kind of superhuman Xia Ping has and see who is the real genius of the human clan. Everyone was talking about it. They could not understand this matter, which was simply beyond their imagination. The fact that he defeated the disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu alone was enough to shock the universe, not to mention that his cultivation speed was so fast. This was enough to shock countless cultivators. However, there were also some geniuses of the human clan who were not convinced. They thought that they were above Xia Ping and immediately became hostile to him. They wanted to find an opportunity to compete with Xia Ping and see who was the real genius of the human clan. Adventure, this kid must have had an earth-shattering adventure, otherwise it is impossible to have such cultivation speed and strength. If we can kill this guy, maybe we can get some secrets from him. It's hard to do. This kid has the support of the Dark North Saint. It's not that there is no chance. This time, the fortune map of all heavens is about to appear. If this kid dares to enter it, we may find a chance to kill him and get all the treasures on him. Count me in. This human is too monstrous. We must eradicate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will be a big threat to our other races. We can't let another invincible sage appear in the human clan. The powerful figures of many races were talking about it. They were also shocked by this matter, but they also had a deep killing intent in their hearts. They were afraid of the genius of the human clan, Xia Ping, and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Chapter 1869. On a primitive planet in the Eastern Universe. This planet had been occupied by many disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu and became their temporary base. They had also heard about what had happened inside the Qingkuan sect. Feng Xingyu, Zhang Haodong, and Meng Jinshuan were defeated by a disciple from a barbarian land? Are you kidding me? Did that barbarian plot against them? No matter how talented he is, how can he be a match for the disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu? Are you kidding me? Are you trying to make us laugh? No, it was a fair duel, 1 against 3, but Feng Xingyu, Zhang Haodong, and Meng Jinshuan were no match for Xia Ping at all. You're not even a match for 3 of them? Did the 3 of them grow up on drugs? They're just trash. How could they be the examiners? They're a disgrace to the Holy Land of Taichu. Many disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu were extremely angry. They felt humiliated. I told you that the outer sect disciples are unreliable. They're all half-baked and unskilled. Letting them roam the world is a disgrace to the Holy Land of Taichu. Now, those 3 have become the laughingstock of the Eastern Universe. I'm afraid that when our disciples come out in the future, they'll look down on us. Someone cursed loudly. Especially the Palace of Darkness. They're doing everything they can to laugh at us. If they find out about this, they'll laugh at us for a long time. Damn it, we must punish Feng Xingyu, Zhang Haodong, and Meng Jinshuan severely. Let them cultivate in seclusion for thousands of years and reflect on their mistakes. Who's that Xia Ping? Why haven't I heard of him? He defeated Feng Xingyu, Zhang Haodong, and Meng Jinshuan. He's qualified to enter the Holy Land of Taichu. I don't know. He's just a nobody. That bastard brought shame to our Holy Land of Taichu. If there's a chance in the future, we must teach him a good lesson and let him know what we're capable of. It won't take that long. This time, the fortune map of heavens is about to open. He'll definitely enter it to look for opportunities. We'll have a chance to meet him then. Interesting. At that time, I would like to see how powerful Xia Ping is to be able to defeat the disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu. Although they are all outer disciples, they are not ordinary barbarians. Many disciples of the Holy Land of Taichu had a cold look in their eyes. Because of what happened this time, Xia Ping had offended them. All of them wanted to find an opportunity to teach Xia Ping a lesson. A few days later, Xia Ping stayed at Yanhuang Peak to cultivate peacefully, waiting for the opening of the fortune map of the heavens. He didn't go anywhere else, only consolidating his cultivation base. He could feel that he was in a period where his cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. Even if he didn't take any elixirs or have any fortuitous encounters, his daily cultivation speed was still extremely shocking. The mana in his body was rising steadily. This was what it meant to be well prepared. His foundation was so strong that it was far beyond the imagination of ordinary cultivators. He didn't know what was happening in the outside world, and he couldn't be bothered to care. At this time, Yanhuang Star and the space of the mountain river Pearl also underwent earth-shaking changes. The first was Yanhuang Star, which had been surrounded by a Skynet system. Although Yen Huang Star was in a forbidden area surrounded by space storms and no one could come in, it was better to be safe than sorry. In order to avoid an alien invasion like last time, Xia Ping decided to set up the Skynet system on Yen Huang Star. As long as the Skynet system was there, even if he encountered an enemy like last time, it could be easily dealt with. Therefore, Yen Huang Star had also undergone great changes, becoming the base camp and logistics base of the people of Yen Huang Star. They began to develop countless primitive planets nearby, and a large number of resources were collected. Then came the changes in the space of the mountain River Pearl. Because of the continuous efforts of hundreds of black hole worms, the space of the mountain River Pearl was expanding all the time. The land area was expanding little by little, as if the world was expanding. The green ox didn't hesitate and quickly kept up with the development of the space of the mountain River Pearl. He opened up pieces of spiritual fields and planted a large number of crystal fragrant rice, golden corn, and other spiritual grains. At the same time, a large number of spiritual medicine seeds obtained from the demon realm were also planted and expanded into spiritual medicine farmland. Because of the huge number of materials obtained from the demon realm, which were very suitable for the arrangement of formations, the green ox also set up one restrictive formation after another to assist and accelerate the growth of the spiritual medicine. In addition, it also built many places for alchemy and weapon refining, turning them into palaces. At this moment, the space of the mountain River Pearl was built into a more and more complete world. However, the mountain River Pearl still lacks manpower. After all, such a huge world and vast farmland, even with the help of robots, it still needs manpower to manage it. Fortunately, it obtained a lot of slave girls before, which can be regarded as reducing a lot of burden for the green ox. At this time, these slave girls are attending classes seriously, learning various knowledge. After all, if they want to manage the spiritual medicine farmland, there are too many things to learn. At the same time, they also need to cultivate and enhance their cultivation. The stronger they are, the more spiritual medicine fields they can manage. At this moment, these slave girls don't want to leave. They all regard this place as their home. Even if they leave this place, they probably have nowhere to go. Chong Xiaoqian is also among them, but at this moment, she is very dissatisfied and unhappy. Teacher, why do I have to study with these commoners? Are there no private classrooms? Chong Xiaoqian said angrily. She felt that it was a disgrace for a mighty monarch like her to have to study with so many commoners. Why can't you study together? Aren't commoners also your people? Are you not willing to stay with your people and let them bask in your glory? If a monarch doesn't protect his people, is he still a monarch? If a monarch is not willing to stay with his people, isn't he really a monarch? If that's the case, how can his people support their monarch? The green ox smiled and asked a few questions in response. I see. Hearing this, Chong Xiaoqian came to a realization. Teacher, I understand now. There's a deeper meaning to this. You want me to win over the people and become a benevolent monarch that is loved by the people. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. If a monarch doesn't love his people, he'll be a tyrant, the last monarch. This will probably incur the wrath of the people, and he might be pushed to the guillotine. There have been many monarchs who have been hanged in history, so we have to learn from them. The green ox smiled. What? I'll be hanged by my people? No, I don't want that. I'm a good monarch. Chapter 1870. Seeing Chong Xiaoqian's fearful expression, many of the slave girls snickered. They knew from the azure cow that Chong Xiaoqian was a newborn child. Don't worry. At this time, a young girl from the angel race stood out and said, as long as you remember humility, compassion, justice, honor, sacrifice, valor, spirituality, and honesty, then you will be a true king. You will be loved and respected by all. No one will come and hang you on the guillotine. But Chong Xiaoqian immediately felt a lot more at ease upon hearing this, but she was still reluctant to admit her mistake. No, but I didn't agree to study with you because I'm afraid that you'll become a mob. It's just that I want to experience the feelings of the people. That's right, I want to visit you incognito and see how you live and learn. She put her hands on her hips. The group of girls giggled and did not expose Chong Xiaoqian's guilty conscience. Okay, let's start the class. The green ox coughed and immediately went to class. As an old monster that had lived for countless years, it was well versed in astronomy and geography. It was practically a living fossil. A few hours later, the class was finally over and it was time to end school. So that's how it is. These are the necessary knowledge for a king. It looks like this king will have to study them properly. This is all for the sake of inheriting the throne and managing the country in the future. Chong Xiaoqian immediately felt like she had benefited a lot. Even though she had inherited knowledge, it was only the cultivation knowledge of the black hole worm, as well as some general knowledge. How could it compare to the knowledge that the azure ox had accumulated over countless years? Where are you going? Chong Xiaoqian soon discovered that the young women around her split up after their classes ended. Instead of returning to their own rooms, they headed to another place. In fact, these young ladies also had their own private villas and private resting places. After all, the mountain and river pearl was extremely large, and it would not be a problem to build countless villas. We're going to work and manage the herbal field. The girls replied. So that's how it is. This is the work of the commoners. Then work hard and contribute to this king in the future. Chong Xiaoqian came to a sudden realization and felt very satisfied. It seemed that these commoners were still working very hard for her. Right, Xiaoqian, there's something I need to tell you. Don't ever get together with Tanminglu. She will lead you astray. At that moment, a young girl from the winged race looked at Chong Xiaoqian seriously. Tanminglu? Who is she? Chong Xiaoqian was confused. She seems to be master's subordinate, but apart from eating, sleeping, or playing games all day, she stays at home and doesn't go out. She's so lazy that she's basically useless. Don't ever come into contact with her, or you'll definitely be led astray. The mermaid girl despised Greedy Dream Jade. Tanminglu is a typical loser. She's a homebody who relies on her parents. Her catchphrase is that she'll never work in her life. The group of young girls chattered among themselves, completely using Tanminglu as a negative example and taking it as a warning. What? There's actually a commoner who doesn't work? How is she going to support herself? Is she also a king? Chong Xiaoqian was dumbfounded. She had thought that in the whole world, only the king didn't need to work. Our main source of income is from living off our elders. The cat ears race girl shook her head and sighed. I think Master must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to have taken her as his subordinate. All she knows is to eat, sleep, play games, and watch movies. She's hopeless. There's actually such a thing. Chong Xiaoqian immediately became extremely curious about Greedy Dream Jade. She had a thought in the depths of her heart. If she could subdue Greedy Dream Jade, wouldn't she be able to incite her to join her in resisting the tyranny of that despicable official? An hour later, Chong Xiaoqian turned left and right. She obtained information from the young girls and found out where Greedy Dream Jade was. What is this place? Chong Xiaoqian's eyes widened. She immediately discovered that there was a huge valley in front of her, and the surroundings of the valley were densely packed with spirit grains, golden corn, and many roasted meats. The fragrant aroma assailed her nostrils, causing her to salivate. This was like a small world of food, so abundant that it made one's hair stand on end. In the center of the valley, there was a pink bed, and a little lowly was lying on it. She was completely like a salted fish, as if she would not get up until the end of time. She had turned on the virtual projection and was watching a very popular television series in the universe with great interest. Sometimes, when she was hungry, she did not even move to get up. She opened her mouth wide and devoured the food like a whale. Walala sounds could be heard as a large amount of food entered her mouth. There was not even a bit of residue left. It seemed to be very delicious. She even had dark circles under her eyes, as if she had not slept for a month, and could die at any time. My God, if she is a king, she is definitely a fatuous ruler, the last emperor of a generation, the kind that will be pushed to the guillotine by the angry people. Chong Xiaoqian could immediately feel the decadent aura coming from her body. She was completely like a salted fish without any ideals. She instinctively felt that it was very dangerous to get close to such trash, and she might be infected. As the saying went, one is marked by the company one keeps. Just as she was about to slip away, Greedy Dream Jade seemed to sense something and raised her head. "Who's outside? Are you trying to steal my food?" Truly courageous, daring to snatch food in front of Tao. She grabbed with her large hand, producing a terrifying suction force, and instantly pulled Chong Xiaoqian's small body over. "Ah, rude person, how dare you treat this king like this?" Chong Xiaoqian kept struggling in midair, her face red with anger, but she was unable to break free. "Oh, I remember you. You seem to be Master's new pet, the Black Hole Worm King." Greedy Dream Jade recalled Chong Xiaoqian's identity. "Who is that bastard regent's pet? What kind of joke is this? This king is the most honorable king in the world. This king will take back the throne sooner or later. Just wait and see." Chong Xiaoqian said angrily. "You actually dare to resist that bastard master's tyranny. Looks like you have a bright future. I like you very much." Greedy Dream Jade seemed to have found a kindred spirit. She put Chong Xiaoqian down and patted her shoulder. "Are you interested in playing games with me?" "Games?" Chong Xiaoqian said with disdain. "Do you think I'm a child? How old are you already and you still want to play games? This king is very busy, and there are many things waiting for me to do." "Foolish. Don't talk nonsense about things you don't understand. Are you still a king like this? Games are not some child's play, it's life." Greedy Dream Jade shouted, and a powerful aura emanated from her body. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. "What?" Chong Xiaoqian was immediately stunned. This was the first time she discovered that this trash in front of her was emitting a light that could not be ignored. It was extremely dazzling, like the scorching sun in the sky. Chapter 1871. Oh really? What exactly is the game? Chong Xiaoqian could not help but ask when she saw the dazzling Tan Menglu. However, she regretted it as soon as she asked. It was as if she had touched a taboo. "Not bad, you're worth teaching." "That's a good question. It seems like you're very talented." Tan Menglu was very satisfied when she heard this. No one can define what a game is and no one can explain it. It's the universe, all-encompassing and encompassing everything. It's life, the ups and downs, the joys and sorrows of life. Only by playing it for real will you know the endless charm of a game. She stood up and waved her little fists. Her body exuded a fanatical look. "Oh, I still have something to do. I'll come and play with you again in the future." Chong Xiaoqian said guiltily. She felt that the other party was a very dangerous person. He was a little like those fanatical religious fanatics. Perhaps he was trying to pull her into his religion. She wanted to find an excuse to escape and stay away from this extremely dangerous person. If she continued to stay with this guy, she might even be infected. "What? You want to run? I haven't told you in detail about the charm of a game. You want to run now? Are you not going to give me face?" Tan Menglu grabbed Chong Xiaoqian and revealed a dangerous look. "No, it's fine. I already know enough." Chong Xiaoqian wanted to run even more. She had entered a den of thieves. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. If she had known this would happen, she would have listened to the suggestions of the commoners. Otherwise, she would not have fallen into the hands of this dangerous person. One look at you and I can tell that you're a shallow person. You think that a game is like playing house. Do you know what you can do in a game? It can save a village, a country, and even the universe. At that time, you'll be a hero, a king, and the people will support you." Tan Menglu waved her arms and clenched her fists. "What? It can save the universe? Isn't that a savior?" Chong Xiaoqian was stunned. She did not expect the game to be so powerful. It's not as simple as just being a savior. In the game, you can kill monsters and drop treasures. Killing one will give you a large amount of treasures and experience. Every time you do something, you will definitely gain something, and you can constantly improve your strength. Tan Menglu harumphed. Furthermore, you can raise your arm and call for action. You can form a chamber of commerce, an army, and a country. You will have hundreds of millions of subordinates. You can conquer the world and unite the world. You are omnipotent. Most importantly, in the game, you can become stronger as long as you charge money. The more you charge, the faster you will become stronger. It won't be a problem for you to beat people until they cry for their parents. You can become stronger just by topping up money? So simple. Chong Xiaoqian was dumbfounded. Yes, it's that simple. Greedy Dream Lu stood with her hands behind her back. Now, are you interested in playing a game with me, the greatest king competition? I believe that if you and I join forces, we will definitely be able to sweep through all the experts in the universe. Battle of the Kings? This name is very suitable for my status as a king. Chong Xiaoqian was tempted. She felt that this might be fate's arrangement. The word king was very attractive to her. Perhaps it would be fine to give it a try. All right, you are indeed a very talented person. I can tell that you are extraordinary the moment we meet. Greedy Dream Lu grabbed and immediately threw out a virtual device from her internal space, allowing Chong Xiaoqian to enter the virtual game. Chong Xiaoqian blinked her eyes. Under Greedy Dream Lu's guidance, she quickly learned how to use it. At this time, Xiaoping also did not know that Chong Xiaoqian had been brought into the online game Nifa's Abyss by Greedy Dream Lu and had one foot in the ranks of the useless. At this moment, he came to the place where Little Dumbo was cultivating in seclusion, wanting to see how Little Dumbo was doing. He saw that Little Dumbo was still wrapped up by a spatial energy, lying on the ground like an eggshell. The intense energy affected the void, forming a domain that ordinary people could not get close to. Looks like Little Dumbo won't be able to wake up in a short period of time. Xia Ping sensed Little Dumbo's situation. It was still devouring and digesting the huge amount of soul energy it had obtained previously. At this moment, the interior of Gaia's space seemed to be undergoing profound and complicated mysterious changes. However, he did not know what the changes were for the time being. After all, Little Dumbo was still in a deep sleep. However, he reckoned that there were more positive aspects and fewer negative aspects. He then went to see Luna. She was living alone in a lakeside villa. As soon as Xia Ping entered the lakeside villa, a black figure appeared beside Xia Ping with a swoosh. It was Zombie Beast Luna. She was wearing a black and white gothic costume, flat shoes, and white socks. Her beautiful black eyes were shining like stars, as if they could devour souls. The current Zombie Beast Luna was much stronger than before. Her aura was like a mountain, unfathomable, majestic, and unshakable. This was because during this period of time, she had developed a total of 50 million dependents. These 50 million dependents cultivated crazily and devoured a large amount of spiritual herbs and spiritual grains, allowing Luna to obtain a huge amount of energy. Her cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. It could not be said that she had improved by leaps and bounds. It could only be said that she had recovered her original strength quickly. After all, Luna at her peak was something that even sages feared. She could be said to be an undying and indestructible existence. Moreover, Luna did not need to develop any dependents anymore. If these dependents had descendants, they would pass on their bloodline and spread out. As time passed, the number of dependents would increase, and they would provide Luna with more and more energy. It seems that you have been working hard in your cultivation recently. You have improved by leaps and bounds. Xia Ping touched Luna's little head. Yes, master. Luna was immediately satisfied. Just as Xia Ping was about to say something, Corinne's figure suddenly appeared in front of Xia Ping. Xia Ping, there is news from outside. The All Heavens fortune map seems to have appeared. What? It has appeared? Xia Ping was shocked. Then he was overjoyed. He had waited in the Qinkuan sect for such a long time. Finally, the news of the All Heavens fortune map's appearance had arrived. Go out immediately. It seems that the Qinkuan sect master and many elders are contacting you. They plan to enter the All Heavens fortune map. Corinne transmitted the news. Okay, I'll go over now. Xia Ping nodded. After saying a few words to Luna, he immediately left the space of the mountain River Pearl. Not long after, he left Yanhuang Peak and arrived in a great hall of the Qinkuan sect. At this moment, Many Qingkuan sect elders and Zhu Xian were gathered in the Great Hall. All of their faces were filled with excitement, anticipation, and uneasiness. Chapter 1872. Boom. Xia Ping had just arrived at the hall when he felt the entire starry sky tremble violently. It was as if the entire eastern cosmos had been enveloped by a mysterious force. This was an unstoppable mighty force that stirred up boundless waves. The vast void was trembling, and wave after wave of spatial storms were brewing. It was incomparably terrifying. It was as if this painting had torn apart countless dimensions and directly descended into this world. No one could resist it. The all-heavens creation map has descended. Sect Master Zhu Xian and the others were extremely excited. They immediately looked into the distance and used their divine abilities to pierce through the void. Their gazes pierced through Qingkuan star and arrived at the vacuum of the universe. In the void, thousands of starlight gathered and countless stars revolved. A huge painting enveloped countless star regions as if it was going to envelop the entire eastern cosmos. Such a phenomenon could be seen in almost every corner of the eastern cosmos. Every living being could see it clearly. They felt a majestic, boundless, ancient, and chaotic aura. They wanted nothing more than to immediately prostrate themselves in worship. It could be said that this was a great power that stood at the peak of the universe. Don't. The painting descended and suddenly, huge light gates appeared. They were distributed in various parts of the eastern cosmos. There were a total of 3,000 such light gates. After waiting for so long, the all-heavens creation map has finally appeared. I didn't expect it to appear in the eastern cosmos this time. Quick, let's hurry over. The all-heavens creation map will only appear for 3 months. After 3 months, it will disappear. I don't know how long it will take for it to appear again. This is an unprecedented fortuitous encounter. Countless races will kill their way into the all-heavens creation map to fight for the fortuitous encounters. Don't talk nonsense. Let's hurry over. If we're late, the treasures will probably be snatched away by others. Many living beings were excited. They had also received news of the all-heavens creation map's appearance. This news couldn't be hidden at all. Once it appeared, it was immediately spread to various parts of the universe through the virtual network. Powerful living beings from all over the universe were all rushing toward the eastern cosmos. The almighties of the eastern cosmos had already taken the lead. They also madly rushed through the light gates, afraid that the treasures inside would be snatched away by others if they were a step too late. At this moment, many elders of the Qingkuan sect were also preparing to set off. They planned to head to the light gate closest to the Qingkuan sect. It wasn't very far and would probably only take a few hours to arrive. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the elders, including Xia Ping, immediately took action. They entered a flying ship and steered it away from Qingkuan star, heading towards a light gate nearby. Sect leader, what treasures are in the heavens fate map? Why are so many powerful figures gathering here? Even the opening of the heaven-accessing secret area wasn't as grand as this. On the flying ship, Xia Ping looked at sect leader Zhu Xian and asked him about his doubts. The myriad heavens fortune diagram is a peerless saint artifact left behind by the Saint of Fortune. Its power can be said to be at the pinnacle of the current era. Even an ordinary saint would not be able to withstand the power of this saint artifact. It is incomparably tyrannical. Zhu Xian said, and most importantly, the Saint of Good Fortune himself was a Grandmaster Alchemist and Grandmaster Refiner. His alchemy ability nearly stood at the peak of the universe, and even the saints had once purchased pills from him. And within the Heaven's Good Fortune chart, there were also many pills left behind by the Saint of Good Fortune as well as powerful magic tools that he had casually refined. These were all treasures that left one drooling. But speaking of which, among the many precious and rare peerless treasures, I reckon that the one that the universe's lightning tribulation realm experts desire the most is the sacred pill, the pill of fortune. His eyes revealed a trace of light. Pill of fortune? Xia Ping blinked his eyes, revealing a look of doubt. This pill of fortune is not simple. It is a saint-grade pill refined from 18,000 types of rare spirit medicines. It contains the power to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. If one were to consume a pill of fortune, it would immediately increase the probability of breaking through to the saint realm by 30%. I remember that there was once a Thunder Tribulation realm cultivator who obtained a pill of fortune and broke through to the saint realm on the spot, transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Zhu Xian sighed with emotion. Many of the elders nodded. They were also extremely tempted by the pill of fortune. This was a saint-grade pill that had the chance to advance to the saint realm. Nothing could compare to it. 30% chance. Xia Ping immediately understood why so many almighty figures in the universe were rushing in. Compared to the longevity fruit of the heaven-accessing secret area, the pill of fortune was more important. This was the key to becoming a saint, so who wouldn't be crazy about it? Even in the central universe, many proud sons of heaven from the human race's holy land had come because of this matter. One could imagine how precious such a pill was. Although the pill of fortune is the most precious, it isn't something that can be obtained every time. There were several times when the heaven's fortune diagram appeared, but no one was able to obtain the pill of fortune. Even so, being able to obtain other precious treasures is still a great fortuitous encounter. Zhu Xian expressed that the pill of fortune was simply too precious. Even the heaven's fortune diagram might not have many. Many times, they simply couldn't find the pill of fortune and returned empty-handed. So, the danger of the heaven's fortune diagram mainly comes from the other competitors? Xia Ping asked, wanting to know what dangers there were inside. Sect Master Zhu Xian shook his head and said, "The greatest danger doesn't come from the experts of the other races, but from the creation diagram of the heavens itself. Back in the primordial era, when we fought against the demons of the abyss, the creation diagram of the heavens. In order to prevent the battle from destroying the universe, the Saint of Good Fortune used the heavens fortune diagram to instantly cover trillions of abyssal demons and seal them within the heavens fortune diagram, using the heavens fortune diagram as a battlefield. Even though we won that battle, the myriad heavens fortune diagram still sealed countless abyssal fiendish demons. If we accidentally broke one of the seals, I'm afraid that countless abyssal fiendish demons would escape." The many elders also listened attentively. They also understood just how dangerous these abyssal demons were. After all, they were terrifying demons that had survived the ancient war. Even if the saint-level demons were killed, the remaining demons were still extremely terrifying. Moreover, there were many of them. Once they escaped, they would be like ants biting an elephant to death. "So that's how it is." Xia Ping nodded. He immediately gained a greater understanding of the dangers of the heavens fortune diagram. "We've arrived." At this time, an elder excitedly shouted out. Not too far away from the flying ship, a massive gate of light appeared. It stretched across the world, standing tall in the void like an interstellar gate. It was even larger than an ordinary planet. At this time, many people had already flown in. Xia Ping and the others were already late. "We must immediately leave the flying ship. We can only enter by ourselves. If the flying ship enters the gate of light, it will immediately be damaged." Zhu Xian immediately ordered everyone to leave the flying ship. Chapter 1873. Oh no. As soon as he entered the door of light, Xia Ping sensed a powerful spatial energy rapidly wrapping around him. He was almost unable to resist. Like an eagle grabbing a chick, he was instantly teleported out. The other Qiankuan sect elders also noticed this. They felt themselves being forcefully teleported out, unable to struggle. It was as if they had been randomly teleported to various places in the all-heavens fortune map. Originally, they wanted to stay together. There was strength in numbers, but clearly, the all-heavens fortune map didn't give them such a plan. They were instantly separated. Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, the stars moved and the void changed. Xia Ping sensed that he had been teleported to a cosmic void. There was no one around him. Clearly, the other Qiankuan sect elders were also teleported to different places. Beep beep. At this time, Xia Ping's communicator rang. He looked at it and saw that it was a message from the group. Before they set off, the sect leader had created a group for the various elders to join so that they could communicate easily. Looking at it now, it seemed that they could also use the universe virtual network in the All Heavens fortune map. They could communicate with each other without losing contact. Junior brother Xia, where are you now? The one who spoke was the sect leader, Zhu Xian. I'm not sure. There's no one around me. There's nothing at all, Xia Ping said in a low voice. Zhu Xian said, I see. It seems that you were teleported to another place. I'm quite lucky. The other elders were teleported to a place close to where they were, so it was easy to gather together. You have to be careful on your own. Keep in touch at all times. If you get close to where we are, we can gather together. After all, it's too dangerous to fight alone. All right. Xia Ping nodded. He felt that it wasn't a bad idea to act alone. After all, he had many secrets on him. If he was with the sect leader and the others, he might expose many of his secrets. He had to do many things with his hands and feet tied. He had to avoid the sect leader and the others. Thinking of this, he immediately changed his appearance and aura, turning into Wu Wudi's appearance. With this disguise on him, no matter what he did, he would not have any qualms about doing it. Is this the inner space of the All Heavens fortune map? Let's see what's nearby. Xia Ping's figure flashed and he immediately left, flying into the distance. As he flew along, he discovered that vast and boundless continents had appeared in the space within the myriad heavens creation diagram. These continents floated in the boundless starry sky. Moreover, the surface area of each continent was extremely vast, no less than the surface area of an ordinary star. If humans lived on these continents, at least 1 trillion humans could live there. Unfortunately, most of these lands were in a state of desolation. There were barren mountains and wild ridges everywhere, and not even a single weed grew. It was as if they had completely lost their vitality. Xia Ping landed on one of the continents and stepped on the ground. He used his divine sense to sense the surroundings and explore the mysteries of the continents. What a hard land! After he arrived on the land, he gently stepped on it and immediately found that the land was extremely hard. It seemed that there were many mysterious restrictive formations set up on it. When he stepped on it, a crack that was thousands of kilometers long would have appeared on an ordinary continent. However, this continent was different. It was completely unscathed. Not even a crack had appeared on it. As expected of the land within the fortune map of all heavens. It's actually this strong. Xia Ping exclaimed inwardly. Even if countless Thunder Tribulation Realm experts fought on this continent and used all their skills and divine abilities, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to this continent. But even so, this continent was still devoid of vitality. The surroundings were filled with dense and sinister demonic chi, which had yet to dissipate even now. One could completely imagine how tragic the war with the demons of the abyss in the primordial era had been. Even such a continent had been turned into a dead zone. It said that there was originally only one continent in the space within the fortune map of all heavens. However, after the war in the primordial era, this continent was smashed into pieces. At this time, Corinne opened his mouth and said, "These continents that we are seeing now are some fragments that appeared after that continent shattered." He had also lived for countless years, so he naturally knew some information about the fortune map of all heavens. He remembered that he had entered the fortune map of all heavens with his previous master to search for treasures and obtained many treasures. "Oh, then do you know where I can find creation pills?" asked Xia Ping. "I'm not sure." Corinne shook his head. "You can only rely on luck. This is because the fortune map of all heavens is boundless, even larger than the Eastern universe. After that continent shattered, it turned into countless fragments that were scattered all over the place. It can be said that every continent fragment might have treasures left behind by the saint of good fortune, or there might not be any. In short, you need to search carefully to have a chance to obtain them." It indicated that if an ordinary cultivator entered, even if they spent 3 months searching, they wouldn't be able to obtain anything. This was also a common occurrence. Moreover, every continent had powerful array formations protecting it. Ordinary cultivators were unable to see through the truth of the continent, nor were they able to know what was inside. Can I only use the wish compass to find the creation good fortune pill? Xia Ping didn't want to use the wish compass, because the more he used it, the less energy it would contain. If he used it now because of a minor matter like this, then it would likely run out of energy at a critical moment. Thus, he wanted to use the best steel to sharpen his blade. I'll look around first. It won't be too late to use it when there are no more clues. Xia Ping immediately made his decision. His figure flickered as he searched through the vast continents along the way. At the same time, he activated the Golden Crow Eye of Hell and immediately saw through the array formations of these continents. There are actually abyssal demons sealed here? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He discovered that there were many barren continents that had a massive number of abyssal demons sealed away, becoming prisons for them. It was impossible for them to escape. But if he were to foolishly rush in, he wouldn't be able to obtain any treasures. Instead, he would become food for the abyssal demons. Sometimes, these continents were simply traps. This continent seems to have some rare treasures. Suddenly, Xia Ping's eyes brightened. He could see that deep within the array formations of a continent in front of him was a treasure trove. There were countless powerful magic tools as well as all sorts of rare and precious materials. Among these magic tools, one was the most tyrannical. It was a crimson furnace that was covered with dense mystical runes. It emitted a tyrannical holy aura, as if it could distort space. Saint artifact. Without a doubt, this was a saint artifact. What a good treasure. Chapter 1874. There are abyss demons here too? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. He soon discovered that the depths of the Dark Continent were filled with thick demonic aura. There were at least millions of abyss demons sealed in the depths of the continent. And the huge red cauldron was the core of the formation, responsible for suppressing the many abyss demons. If he broke the array formation, he would definitely let these powerful demons escape. At that time, he would also encounter these abyssal demons. Without sage-level demons, no matter how many come, they are just going to die. I can kill all these abyss demons and plunder their soul energy. Xia Ping's eyes lit up. He felt that this was killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate. He used the Hell Golden Crow's eye to find a flaw in the formation's operation. With a light point, a beam of red energy instantly pierced through the sealing formation. Don't. In an instant, the restriction formation on this darkness continent shattered like tofu. It was as if a chain reaction had occurred, and countless runes on the formation were shattered from the tremors. A terrifying wave of abyss demon aura erupted from the depths of the continent. It was so thick that one couldn't see anything. It was as if the surrounding billions of kilometers had turned into a dark domain. Kiki, we're out. We're finally out. How many years has it been? We're finally out. This damned formation is finally broken. That creation ghost has been dead for God knows how many years, but he's still suppressing us. But can he? In the end, we still managed to escape. We have to thank this human. If he hadn't broken the formation, we wouldn't have had the chance to escape. In order to thank him, I've decided to swallow his body and tear apart his soul. I'll let him die painlessly. All human bastards have to die. All have to die. Many abyss demons flew out from the continent. They danced and laughed. Their strengths varied. At the very least, they were at the Golden Core realm. The stronger ones were at the Transcendence realm. However, there were no Thunder Tribulation realm demons. Perhaps they were suppressed in other continents and not in this place. What was worth noting was that there were too many abyss demons. Just looking at them with the naked eye, there were 5 million of them. They were densely packed and filled the void, making one's scalp go numb. Rumble. In a flash, these abyssal demons weren't polite and immediately attacked Xia Ping. Terrifying abyssal power burst out and formed death rays that bombarded him. Once hit by this force, one would instantly be pierced through like a beehive. Even if they were lucky enough to avoid death, the abyssal demonic power would quickly corrode their bodies, contaminate their magic power, and disturb their sea of consciousness and soul. A bunch of idiots. Do you think I released you because I'm tired of living? Die all of you. Xia Ping was very emotional. He remembered the first time he encountered an abyss demon. Even a golden core demon could easily kill him and tear him into pieces. But it was different now. The so-called golden core realm fiendish demons were only like ants, and they could be killed with a wave of their hand as easily as blowing off dust. With a thought, a strong force rushed out from the depths of his sea of consciousness. The Dharma of a golden crow of hell appeared, shocking the world and spanning across the void. At the same time, Xia Ping set up a huge formation within a radius of a few thousand kilometers, Flame River Golden Crow Formation. This was a fire-type formation that he had learned from the Yellow River of Hell Formation. Although this formation was simple, when used with the power of the Golden Crow of Hell's flames, the explosive power was enough to destroy all the abyssal demons. Boom! Xia Ping circulated his transcendence energy. The essence of the sun, the earth core spirit fire, the drought demon fire, the angel fire, the dragon fire, the star blazing fire, the hell fire, the golden crow fire, the fire of life, and many other rare flames instantly surged out. Immediately, these rare flames turned into one terrifying river after another. Those were flaming rivers formed by the rare flames. There were a total of 9 flaming rivers that spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers and pierced through the void. The 9 flaming rivers formed a maze that enveloped all the abyssal demons. The surrounding void turned into a flaming domain that no one could escape. The Dharma of the Golden Crow of Hell sat at the core of the formation. It turned into an eternal sun that burned fiercely, providing endless energy. Zzzzz. When the power of the flaming rivers descended, the surrounding abyssal demon chi was immediately burned and purified. All the abyssal demon chi was burned and turned into nothingness. Damn it, this is an extraordinary flame of heaven and earth. Don't touch it, don't touch it. If you touch it, you will die. Ah, shameless human, if you have the guts, let's not use the extraordinary flame and fight one-on-one. No, I just came out and just got burned to death. God, you are so unfair. Did you give birth to a son without eyes? The abyssal demons let out shrill cries. They had been extremely proud just now and had planned to tear Xia Ping apart as soon as they came out and use him as food for their escape. But who would have thought that just as they rushed out, they would be surrounded by the extraordinary flame that burned the void. The power of the extraordinary flame dripped from their bodies. It was like fire meeting gasoline, burning fiercely. In the end, the abyssal demons turned into huge torches that were thousands of feet tall, burning their spiritual souls. In just a few breaths, more than half of the abyssal demons had turned into dried corpses. Kill him, we must kill this human. Kill him, and the formation will collapse on its own. An abyssal demon at the peak of the Dharma stage roared angrily. It had seen through the core of this matrix. As long as they could kill Xia Ping, then they would be able to escape from this matrix and escape with their lives. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hearing this, the abyssal demons went crazy. They channeled their demonic power to the extreme, and like black lasers, they rushed towards the core of the formation, wanting to tear it apart. Close. Xia Ping was expressionless as he gently clasped his hands together. Immediately, countless flame runes vibrated and quickly turned into 2 huge flaming hands. These were the hands of a giant, and each was thousands of kilometers long. It was as if they could crush a planet with just one hand. The 2 huge flaming hands crushed towards the center and closed together. Boom! Before the abyssal demons knew what was happening, in the next second, their entire bodies were suppressed by the 2 huge hands. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them, and they were instantly crushed into meat paste. Some abyssal demons with strong recovery abilities still tried to recover. Countless pieces of flesh wriggled, but it was useless. The extraordinary flame burned and instantly ignited all the blood in their bodies. In an instant, they'd been transformed into ashes, and they'd only left behind shrill cries of misery, terror, and unwillingness. Too weak. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back and could not help but sigh. Chapter 1875. Damn it. How can this human be so strong? This doesn't make sense. Is he still a Dharma plane human? Is he not human? Oh my God. He killed half of our army in an instant. What's the point of fighting? Everyone, don't be afraid. That brat's spiritual power might not be very strong. That attack just now probably used up all his strength. He definitely can't be this strong next. Don't boost his morale now. The group of abyssal demons trembled and wanted to cry. They could feel the ferocious aura emanating from this human. Who are the real abyssal demons? Why was this human more ferocious than them? But they also knew that they couldn't surrender. Humans and abyssal demons basically couldn't coexist. They were mortal enemies. What are you still discussing here? All of you that Xia Ping had no intention of stopping. He willed and controlled the array. Immediately, the abyssal demons' hair stood on end. They felt fatal killing intent coming. It was like they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Bastard, let's fight it out with this human. I don't believe this human is really that strong. Self-destruct, immediately self-destruct. Even if we die, we have to drag this human down with us. The group of abyssal demons roared. Being forced to such a state, they went crazy. Some of them planned to self-destruct and blast open the array. Self-destruct? Do you think you have that chance? Xia Ping sneered and formed a seal with both hands. He immediately activated the Golden Crow of Hell bloodline in his body. Countless Golden Crow runes surged out of his body and poured into the core of the array. Rumble, in an instant, the entire array shook. Countless flames trembled. Runes appeared and quickly transformed into Golden Crows of Hell. They were palm-sized and completely dark gold. But there were too many of them. There were more than 10 million of them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Golden Crows of Hell let out earth-shattering cries. They turned into a sea of fire that flapped their wings and pounced at the group of abyssal demons. Dong dong dong. Because these Golden Crows of Hell were too fast, they were like beams of light. Before the abyssal demons could react, their bodies were pierced. At the same time, deviant flames burst out from the bodies of these abyss demons. It was like flames igniting fuel, instantly burning them, turning them into huge torches. A few minutes later, this group of abyss demons was completely killed. Not a single one was left. Not bad soul energy. Xia Ping circulated his devouring power, immediately devouring the souls of the dead abyssal demons into his body. Then he rapidly refined them, condensing them into soul crystals. After devouring these soul crystals, he felt that his primordial spirit was improving crazily. The magic power in the depths of his body was also increasing rapidly. It was as if his magic power had been enhanced for hundreds of years. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to the mid-stage transcendence realm, and he seemed to have touched a bottleneck. Looks like this treasury belongs to me. Xia Ping circulated his cultivation technique slightly and recovered some of his magic power. After exterminating this group of abyss demons, there were no more enemies on this continent. In the center of the continent, there was a huge treasury. Many treasures were stored within the treasury, and there were restrictive arrays set up around it. However, as long as one could break these restrictive arrays, they would be able to plunder all the treasures. Human, it's been hard on you. You actually helped me clear this group of abyss demons. Now be good and die. All the treasures here belong to me, Lei Yun. Rumble. Just as Xia Ping was about to break the restrictive arrays, a thunderous sound reverberated in the distance. It reverberated for thousands of kilometers, causing the void space to tremble and buzz. Then, a huge birdman appeared behind Xia Ping. The other party revealed a smug expression, holding a long spear and stabbing over. Instantly, a terrifying lightning energy was brewing. This was the Yi-Wood Divine Thunder, a top-notch lightning energy that came from the depths of the thunder dimension. It contained terrifying destructive power. In an instant, the Yi-Wood Divine Thunder exploded everywhere, causing the surrounding thousands of kilometers to tremble with lightning energy. It was as if everything in front of this lightning would be blasted into nothingness. Xia Ping felt that the power of this spear was extremely terrifying. It was as if the entire world had disappeared, leaving only a lightning spirit that walked out from the depths of chaos. It was indomitable and unstoppable, killing all enemies. This kind of power was almost unstoppable. At the same time, an arrogant voice was heard. "Human, you're honored to die under my bloodline magic, the 3,000 Cloud Lightning. This is one of the supreme skills of the Thunder Demon clan. Those who can try this move are all experts in the universe, the kind that will leave their names in history." At this moment, Xia Ping finally saw clearly that the one attacking him was a demon king at the peak of the Dharma plane. It had a bird's head and a human's body. It was completely purple and had a pair of wings on its back. Its body was engraved with dense purple thunder patterns. The other party held a black long spear and seemed to have mastered lightning magic. The spear carried the power of the Ewood divine thunder, as if it was a god punishing on behalf of the heavens. It was extremely powerful and murderous, causing people to lose their minds. It had to be said that the 3,000 Cloud Lightning was indeed extraordinary. If one was careless, even a powerful cultivator in the early stage of the thunder calamity would be seriously injured and lose all their combat power. Taodai, devour. A cold light flashed in Xia Ping's eyes. With a thought, a Dharma power of heaven and earth instantly formed. It was a Taotai, completely black. It opened its mouth and a black hole appeared. An unparalleled and terrifying suction was born. In an instant, countless bolts of Ewood divine thunder bombarded down, but it was of no use. The whole thing was swallowed by the Taotai, and all the energy was taken as its own, completely refined and devoured. Xia Ping stood still, as if the earth-shattering power just now had never happened. The energy of thousands of Ewood divine thunder turned into nothingness. Suddenly, the magic in his body churned and surged. Because he had just devoured a large amount of Ewood divine thunder and refined it into the purest energy, it flowed into his limbs and bones. It also increased the magic in his body to a certain extent. Most importantly, the thunder runes in the depths of Xia Ping's consciousness were madly devouring the energy of the Ewood divine thunder. It wanted to take this divine thunder as its own to strengthen the power of the Kuei Bull Dharma power. Impossible. Seeing this scene, the thunder demon Lei Yundong was shocked. He could not believe his eyes. "You actually took on my bloodline magic and scathed and devoured all the Ewood divine thunder that I blasted down. How did you do it? Did you learn the devouring magic of the Taotai clan?" He sensed that the Dharma power of heaven and earth was not to be underestimated. It seemed to emit the ferocious power of the Taotai, one of the 10 primordial beasts. It had an aura that could devour everything and devour mountains and rivers. It was as if the other party could instantly devour his entire body if he moved. Chapter 1876. Lei Yundong immediately listed Xia Ping as the most dangerous enemy. He no longer underestimated Xia Ping like before. His eyes revealed an extremely grave expression as if he was facing a great enemy. He stared at Xia Ping from head to toe as if he wanted to find all the mysteries of Xia Ping. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, a powerful aura flew over from afar and quickly arrived in front of Lei Yundong. They were all bird-headed and human-bodied, emitting powerful lightning energy. They were clearly all thunder demons. Their cultivation levels were very high, and they were at least at the early stage transcendence realm. The moment they appeared, the surrounding lightning was densely packed, forming a huge lightning formation that covered thousands of kilometers. It even connected to the various lightning dimensions. It was as if they could immediately communicate with the thunder dimension if they wanted to, causing endless lightning energy to descend from the depths of the thunder dimension and cause terrifying destruction. "Young master, we're here. What happened here for you to use your divine ability, 3,000 Cloud Lightning? Did you encounter a powerful enemy?" The group of thunder demons immediately cupped their hands at Lei Yundong. They were all Lei Yundong's elite subordinates, and there were quite a lot of them. There were already 40 to 50 of them. "It's nothing. An ant-like human blocked my way. He just struggled a little just now." Lei Yundong waved his hand and sneered. "I also found a continent with a treasure vault inside. It seems to contain a large number of treasures. I can't miss it. What? There's a treasure vault on that continent? The treasure vault of the Heaven's Fortune map is not to be underestimated. No treasure vault is simple. There might be a divine artifact inside. Snatch. Immediately snatch this treasury. Whoever dares to resist us, thunder beasts, will die. Hearing this, many thunder demons became excited. Their eyes turned red and revealed greedy expressions. They wanted nothing more than to snatch this treasure vault and plunder all the treasures inside. Ha, snatch it? This is a treasure of the human race. Who dares to snatch it? Just you thunder demons? Human Palace of Darkness Inner Sect Disciple Taoist Extreme Evil is here. You feathered beast, scram. At this moment, balls of black light flew over from afar. Figures immediately appeared. They were human inner sect disciples from the Central Universe's Palace of Darkness. All of them wore black clothes, had ferocious expressions, and their bodies were suffused with a dense aura of darkness, slaughter, blood, iron, and so on and so forth. All of them were experienced in battle. It was unknown how many living beings had been killed in order to produce such a bloody and fiendish aura. Human race's Palace of Darkness? Upon hearing this voice, Lei Yundong's face turned extremely ugly. He did not expect to encounter such a powerful enemy at this time. They had also heard of the Palace of Darkness. It was a tyrannical force that stood at the peak of the universe. No race could underestimate it. So what if you're from the Palace of Darkness? First come, first served. This treasure vault was discovered by the Thunder Goblin clan. You're dreaming if you want to snatch it. It shouted loudly, indicating that it would never back down. At any rate, this was the treasury inside the myriad heavens creation map. Who knows what kind of treasures could be inside? There might even be a sacred artifact or even a good fortune pill inside. No matter what, they would accompany him to the end. First come, first served? You also understand this principle? Can't you see that this treasury was discovered by us humans? You're just latecomers, yet you want to snatch it from us? The one who spoke was the leader of the Palace of Darkness disciples, Taoist Extreme Evil. He looked like a young man in his 20s and was very feminine and handsome. However, his eyes revealed a sinister look, like that of a jackal. He was definitely a ruthless character. Damn it. Lei Yundong and the other Thunder Goblins had ugly expressions. This was indeed the case. This human was the first to discover this treasury, and he had even killed all the Abyss demons. If it was first come, first served, they had no right to take it. Friend, you're also a disciple of the human race. You should know the prestige of the Palace of Darkness. We're the holy land of the human race. We rule over everything. All humans have to obey our orders. No one is allowed to disobey us, Taoist Extreme Evil said. Go and break the restriction formation of the treasury immediately. We'll help you block this group of Thunder Goblins. Take the opportunity to take out all the treasures in the treasury. However, you can't touch any of the treasures inside. You can only choose the remaining treasures after we're done choosing. Of course, you'll also have some credit for finding this treasury. We'll also give you some rewards depending on the situation. We won't let you suffer any losses. He issued an order to Xia Ping in an arrogant manner, treating Xia Ping as his subordinate. Scram. Xia Ping's answer was very simple. He looked coldly at Taoist Extreme Evil and said, You want to snatch the treasury that I've worked so hard to find and all the treasures with just a few words? Who do you think you are? I don't care if you're an inner disciple of the Palace of Darkness. What does that have to do with me? No one can snatch what belongs to me. Whoever dares to stretch out their claws, I'll kill them immediately. He felt that this kid had lost his mind. Did he really think that he could make him give up all the treasures with just a few words? Did he really think that he was the king of heaven? It was simply hilarious. This guy was probably used to acting like a tyrant in the central cosmos. He thought that he could do the same in the eastern cosmos. Unfortunately, he had found the wrong person to show off. Impudent. Hearing this, a disciple of the Palace of Darkness was so angry that he immediately cursed, Who do you think you are? How dare you insult the Palace of Darkness? Do you want your clan to die? We came to help you out of kindness and saved your life. What's wrong with obtaining all the treasures? If you were alone, you would have been killed by the thunder beasts long ago. How could you still run rampant here? Now that we've given you a few treasures, it's a great gift to you. How dare you bark here? He was furious. He felt that the kid in front of him did not know how to appreciate favors. Woody? I've never even heard of him. We're inner sect disciples of the Palace of Darkness. In the human race, we can summon the wind and summon the rain. Who would dare to disobey us? How dare you defy our orders? You must be a spy from another race. Or a disciple of the Palace of Darkness. He immediately accused Xia Ping of being a spy and tried to frame him. Kill him immediately. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Since that's the case, then die. Don't even think about getting a single cent today. You'll still have to die. The venomous Taoist was so angry that he almost went crazy. One had to know that his identity was extraordinary. Even in the Palace of Darkness, his status was extremely high. He was the descendant of a saint, an inner disciple, and a top expert at the peak of the Dharma plane. He could break through to the Thunder Retribution realm at any time. It could be said that with his identity, strength, and status, who would dare to disrespect him, the venomous Taoist? Even in the Palace of Darkness, many disciples could not stand up to his authority. But now, a little country boy, a nobody who came out of nowhere, actually dared to oppose him and call him something. This was clearly a slap in the face. Chapter 1877. Kill. The ultimate vile divine technique is full of evil and unforgivable. Suddenly, the ultimate vile Taoist made his move. His body turned into a beam of black light and emanated a black, evil aura, as if he were a criminal who had committed heinous crimes. For the sake of cultivating this peerless cultivation technique, his hands were covered in blood. It was unknown just how many living beings he had killed. By absorbing the boundless resentment, anger, and hatred left behind by these living beings after they died, he then refined these negative energies into one and fused them into his body. In this way, he would be able to cultivate a body of 10,000 evils. Boom! As soon as he made his move, he pounced forward like a tiger. His fists smashed down, tearing the void apart and creating a black hole that swallowed the heavens and the earth. The air was filled with a terrible aura of sin, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled. This punch had reached the limit of the peak of the Dharma plane and contained a trace of the power of a Thunder Retribution realm cultivator. It exploded with the power to destroy stars. Even an early Thunder Retribution realm cultivator would have to avoid it, or they would be seriously injured. It could only be said that he was indeed a top expert from the Palace of Darkness. This divine ability alone was enough to explode with earth-shattering power. It was as if a sinful madman had appeared and was about to slaughter the world. In the distance, the thunder demons also saw this scene. These humans are really stupid. They're fighting each other. Don't worry about these idiots. Let them fight each other. When they're both injured, we'll make our move and reap the benefits. The heavens are really helping us thunder demons. It's best if both sides are injured. When most of them are dead, we can easily take care of them. The thunder demons laughed loudly and were extremely pleased. They had not expected things to go so smoothly. Before they could even make a move, the humans were already fighting each other. They were in a good mood, so they just watched from the sidelines and reaped the benefits. Thousand-armed Buddha. Xia Ping's mind moved, and a Dharma idol burst out of his body. It was a thousand-armed Buddha with a benevolent face and radiating golden light. It was as if the thousand-armed Buddha had lit up the dark true void for thousands of kilometers. All the darkness was expelled, and all the impurities were purified. In the depths of the void, the sound of hundreds of millions of Buddhas chanting could be vaguely heard. World-cleansing and refining flowers appeared all around, filled with the fragrance of lotus flowers. The Dharma idol of heaven and earth unleashed the power of a Buddha, shattering Taoist extreme fiends' fist strike and dispersing all of the fiendish aura and sinful aura. What? Taoist extreme evil was shocked. He could feel the evil aura on his body melting away like snow under the sun when it came into contact with the Buddhist light. Even the billions of wronged souls in his body seemed to be illuminated by the Buddha's light at this moment. His face showed mercy, and all the resentment and anger in his body were purified. It was as if he was about to be liberated and become a Buddha. It was even to the extent that his soul was bathed in boundless Buddhist light, and he felt a grand, vast, mighty, divine, benevolent, warm, and various other auras all around him. This aura encompassed everything, and it was as if he'd fallen into a kingdom of Buddha. It was as if he was about to be purified and converted to Buddhism. Wu Wudi, you actually want to convert me? You're courting death. Taoist extreme evil was enraged to the extreme. His eyes were bloodshot, making him look like a scarlet-eyed fiend. This kind of behavior, this kind of divine power, was something he could not tolerate. This was clearly trying to kill him, destroy his foundation, and touch his reverse scale. If the endless resentment in his body melted away, then his foundation would be destroyed, and all the years of cultivation would be for naught. His entire body of evil would collapse, and he would be reduced to ashes. There was no doubt that this Wu Wudi was his mortal enemy. Ah, go to hell. Evil steel trident, god of the underworld's hell. Taoist extreme evil roared angrily. His lifespan was burning, and so was his qi, blood, and spirit. The magic power in his body increased exponentially, becoming several times stronger. His body emitted a thick, dark, evil aura, and a Dharma idol of heaven and earth rushed out of the black mist. It was an ancient demon god, like the god of the underworld from hell. It was surrounded by the aura of sin, and countless ghosts were howling. It held a steel trident, and its face was ferocious. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and there was a dark halo behind it. It was like a god that ruled over all evil, and people could not help but be afraid. Even the lightning demons in the surroundings couldn't help but retreat a few hundred kilometers while fear arose in their hearts, and their gazes were heavy. They were deeply afraid of being implicated and being stabbed to death by a steel fork. They could also feel how terrifying Taoist extreme evil was now. Thousand-armed Buddha, Buddhist kingdom in the palm. Xia Ping was expressionless. He formed a seal with both hands, and the thousand-armed Buddha moved. Thousands of golden hands waved, and palm shadows overlapped. Suddenly, millions of palm prints appeared. The countless palm prints gathered together, forming a huge golden palm. A swastika symbol appeared in the center of the palm, emitting a strong Buddhist aura. Endless Buddhist power gathered in the center of the palm. Immediately, the golden palm gently slapped down, shaking the void. Bang! Before Taoist extreme evil's Dharma idol could do anything, the Dharma idol of heaven and earth exploded, disintegrating inch by inch. Even the steel trident on its body was shaken into powder. Taoist extreme evil's power could not withstand the palm at all. His power was instantly destroyed, and everything turned into nothingness. No, this is impossible. My hyperfiend god art, my invincible hyperfiend steel pitchfork, and my infernal deity Dharma idol. How could I possibly lose? How could I possibly lose? He's just a brat from the wildlands? Taoist extreme evil was completely crazy. He could not believe that his Dharma idol had been destroyed by a palm before he had even made a move. He could not accept this result. After all, he was an inner disciple from the palace of darkness, a descendant of a saint, and a proud son of heaven. He was destined to stand at the top of this universe in the future. How could he lose to a nobody? Ah, Taoist extreme evil could not help but let out a shrill scream. As his Dharma idol exploded, the tyrannical Buddhist power instantly spread throughout his body. He felt that every cell in his body was being crushed. Under the Buddhist light that filled the sky, there was no way for him to resist. It was as if this had the power of great liberation. Boom! Immediately, his whole body exploded and shattered in midair. Chapter 1878. That's impossible. Senior brother Extreme Malice is dead. He was killed by a single palm strike. What happened? Illusion. This must be an illusion. Senior Brother Extreme Malice has cultivated his Extreme Malice divine technique to an extremely high level. He's invincible. How could this puny human be a match for Senior Brother Extreme Malice? No, this isn't an illusion. Don't lie to yourself. Senior Brother Extreme Malice is really dead. He was killed by Wu Wuti with a single palm strike. Damn it. Where did Wu Wuti come from? How could he have such remarkable powers? His magic power is even stronger than us disciples of the Palace of Darkness. Is this a joke? Could there be a force stronger than us in the universe? Many disciples of the Palace of Darkness could not help but cry out. They had seen Taoist Extreme Malice killed with a single palm strike without any resistance. His entire body had been pulverized. This fact shocked them greatly. They immediately recalled what it meant to say that there was always someone better than you out there. Entering the Palace of Darkness, the sacred land of the human race, was not enough to make one invincible. How could this human Wu Wuti be so terrifying? Some of the thunder demons were also shocked. Although they were not the ones involved, they were great demons after all. They had discerning eyes and naturally knew how tyrannical Wu Wuti was. Taoist Extreme Malice was considered one of the top experts. Even among the thunder demons, there were not many who could compare to him. However, this kid had killed Taoist Extreme Malice with a single palm strike. One could imagine how terrifying Wu Wuti was. This Wu Wuti is too much of a threat. He's more of a threat than anyone else here. He's either from some ancient human family or some ancient sacred land, or he's obtained the inheritance of a saint. Lei Yundong narrowed his eyes. He had previously taken Wu Wuti seriously, but now he immediately felt that the threat level of Wu Wuti had increased by several levels. I'm sorry. I was too powerful and couldn't hold back, so I killed Taoist Extreme Malice. It's all my fault. I didn't expect Taoist Extreme Malice from the sacred land of the human race, the Palace of Darkness, to be so weak. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. This is a little unexpected. Xia Ping looked apologetic. He was very sorry. However, the disciples of the Palace of Darkness were furious when they heard this. What did he mean? He was clearly going to kill them because they were too weak. He even said that he couldn't hold back and killed Senior Brother Extreme Malice with a single palm strike. It was obvious that he had done it on purpose, and he had even expended a great deal of effort to do so. He was clearly saying that he couldn't hold back and killed Senior Malice with a single palm strike. He had done it on purpose and had even used so much strength. This bastard was clearly looking down on the disciples of the Palace of Darkness. He said that they were so weak and that they were a disgrace to the holy land of the human clan. Wu Wuti, Wu Wuti you, he said. Defeating Senior Brother Extreme Malice is nothing. Our Palace of Darkness has as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. There are many who can kill you. Fellow brothers, I can't tolerate this brat for even a second. He actually dares to insult our Palace of Darkness like this. We must kill him and use his blood to wash away this humiliation. Wu kill Wu Wu. 9 heavens 10 earths Hell King formation, descend. Many disciples of the Palace of Darkness were thoroughly enraged. They flew into a rage and instantly scattered to different locations. The demonic arts between them surged and gushed out. In an instant, a great formation rose up. Countless formation runes intertwined with each other, covering a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers, shaking the boundless starry sky. Rumble! As soon as the spell formation appeared, the darkness dimension, devil dimension, blood dimension, and other dimensional spaces opened up. Endless devil energy poured out of the black holes and converged at the center of the spell formation. It was as if everything within hundreds of millions of kilometers of the spell formation had turned into a boundless domain of devils. It was even darker than the dark true void, so much so that one couldn't even see their own fingers in front of their faces. In fact, the area covered by the domain of devils seemed to have turned into a prison of darkness that locked down the sky and sealed off the void. No one could escape from it. Bastards! These humans from the Palace of Darkness actually know how to use spell formations like this to connect to the domain of darkness and create a prison of darkness. Are they trying to kill us all in one fell swoop? Lei Yundong couldn't help but scream. He immediately realized that many of his lightning demons had been caught up in the spell formation and were being attacked indiscriminately. Even if they wanted to sit back and watch the tigers fight, the disciples of the Palace of Darkness would have to pay attention to them at all times. They wouldn't let the lightning demons reap the benefits so easily. Damn it, these despicable humans. They're fighting amongst themselves and they even noticed us. Don't worry, we lightning demons aren't to be trifled with. Gather together and set up a spell formation to defend against the 9 heavens 10 earths Hell King formation. Don't fall for it. The lightning demons looked very unsightly. They quickly gathered together, gathering their power to defend against the sudden appearance of the 9 heavens 10 earths Hell King formation, and to prevent the humans from the Palace of Darkness from launching a sneak attack. Woo Woody, today I'll show you how powerful the Palace of Darkness is and why we can become the sacred land of the human race. The secret martial arts techniques we have are definitely not something a country bumpkin like you can compare to. Blood sacrifice to the heavens, Hell Whirlpool, resurrect the Hell King. The disciples of the Palace of Darkness shouted angrily. They formed seals with their hands and activated the spell formation. Immediately, endless dark energy gathered together and quickly condensed into an ancient god. It was like the Hell King that had walked out of the depths of hell. It wore a crown on its head and held a trident in its hand. It was thousands of feet tall and emitted divine might that shook the heavens and the earth. As soon as the Hell King's Hell King clone appeared, the energy in the void seemed to stop circulating. The surroundings were filled with the aura of judgment, causing many souls to tremble. The Hell King's clone? How dare you use this magical power in front of me? You're simply displaying your slight skill before an expert. Xia Ping saw through the spell formation at a glance. It was just a fake, but it was powerful enough to deal with ordinary people. However, it was far from enough to deal with him. Rumble, in an instant, he activated the spiritual power in his body, and 3 Dharma powers appeared behind him. One was the 1,000-armed Buddha, shining with golden light. Lotus flowers bloomed under its feet, and there seemed to be billions of Buddhas chanting. Countless Buddhist runes flashed and fell from the sky. Another was the 1,000-eyed demon, with thousands of eyes growing on its body. It seemed that each eye represented a kind of suffering in the world, and it contained the endless power of hell. The last one was the Kuei cow. Its huge body was covered in dense purple lightning patterns, and its entire body was surrounded by purple lightning. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to communicate with the dimension of thunder, and a huge sea of lightning appeared under its feet. As soon as the 3 Dharma powers appeared, they were distributed in 3 positions, forming the 3 Greats formation. Each one contained the power of the peak of the Dharma realm, and it was earth-shattering. Chapter 1879. 3 Universal Dharma Powers. How is that possible? Shouldn't a person only have 1 universal Dharma power? Why can he activate 3 at the same time? Does he have 3 primordial spirits? Seeing 3 universal Dharma powers appear on Xia Ping's body at the same time, many disciples of the Palace of Darkness were shocked. They could not believe their eyes because this was beyond their common sense. It was simply unimaginable. It was already incredible for such a powerful universal Dharma power to appear. Who knew how much heaven and earth essence chi it had to devour? However, the appearance of 3 universal Dharma powers at the same time scared them so much that their minds went blank. Damn it, he has actually condensed 3 universal Dharma powers. His Dharma power is at least 3 times that of an ordinary cultivator. Damn it, how strong is his Dharma power? Many disciples of the Palace of Darkness suddenly understood why Wu Wudi's Dharma power was so strong that it exceeded that of disciples from the holy lands of the human race. If he had condensed 3 universal Dharma powers, then all their doubts would be easily solved. However, they did not understand at this moment. They were all humans, so how could this kid condense 3 universal Dharma powers? However, no matter what they did, they could not do anything. Could it be that his cultivation method was very unique? That it was stronger than the cultivation method of the Palace of Darkness? They would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. They thought that the Palace of Darkness was the strongest and one of the two holy lands of the human race. They were invincible and had countless saints. How could they not be comparable to this guy who came from nowhere? Kill. Xia Ping was not interested in answering the questions of the disciples of the Palace of Darkness. He formed a seal with both hands and activated all the Dharma power in his body. He mobilized his sea of consciousness, and the three universal Dharma powers immediately moved. The Kuei bull Dharma power was the most violent. It was like a wild bull, rampaging around. Its body was filled with thousands of purple thunderbolts, forming a sea of thunder that covered a radius of 1,000 miles. Moreover, this was not an ordinary thunderbolt. It was the tribulation thunder of heaven and earth. The destructive power contained in it was estimated to be more than 10 times that of ordinary thunderbolts. This was enough to make countless cultivators tremble in fear, especially the group of thunder demons. They were naturally proficient in the power of thunder. No one knew better than them how terrifying the thunderbolts were. It was definitely the power that they dreamed of. However, this power was in the hands of a human. They were so jealous that they went crazy. This human must have cultivated a supreme lightning elemental cultivation technique to be able to control the tribulation lightning. Lei Yundong's eyes shone with a frightening light. He immediately wanted to kill this human and steal his treasures. If they could get this thunder attribute cultivation technique from this human, it would definitely be of great use to their Thunder Beastkin clan. Maybe it could make the strength of the entire Thunder Beastkin clan soar. As the Kuei ox charged over, the surrounding dark demon chi was repelled. Bolts of purple lightning descended, instantly tearing the dark demon domain apart. Damn it! Block it! Block this heaven and earth Dharma idol. Completely destroy this Kuei ox. A disciple of the Palace of Darkness roared. Rumble, the entire formation surged madly. Boundless demonic chi surged and quickly condensed into numerous demonic soldiers. They held long spears in their hands and formed an orderly army. There were more than 10 million of them. These demon soldiers were like ants as they pounced towards the Kuei ox, wanting to tear it into pieces. Thousand-armed Buddha, condense chi into a ball, and meteors fall from the sky. There was no way Xia Ping would let the disciples of the Palace of Darkness have their way. With a thought, he formed a seal with his hands and activated his powers. Another heaven and earth Dharma idol, the thousand-armed Buddha, moved. Its entire body shone, and scriptures appeared within it. Thousands of golden hands waved and grabbed at the air, condensing chi into a ball. It was as if all the chi of heaven and earth in the surroundings were grasped in the hands and compressed. Then, thousands of golden hands smashed the energy ball that was dozens of kilometers in diameter. Majestic aura, like countless meteors bombarding down, was overbearing. In an instant, the entire formation was filled with loud explosions, producing a powerful destructive force. The demonic soldiers were blown to pieces, leaving not even their corpses behind as it swept through everything. Hades Dharma idol, invincible, vast, epic. The disciples of the Palace of Darkness gave it their all. They bit their tongues and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, burning the blood in their bodies and activating all their powers. In an instant, the formation was almost activated to the extreme, and its power increased abruptly. Immediately, the sky was filled with demonic chi. Countless demonic runes appeared and quickly gathered together, forming a vast river. It was as if one civilization after another appeared in the river, and then quickly fell and withered. From the depths of the underworld river, an ancient god holding a spear walked out. It was covered in black armor and emitted a terrifying aura that could crush the sky. With a gentle slash of its spear, the world seemed to be torn apart. Even an impostor dares to be arrogant with me. Today I will show you the true power of hell. Don't make a fool of yourself in front of me. Xia Ping sneered, and the power of the golden crow of hell surged out of his body. The eye of hell in his left eye spun, and it was as if a world of hell had descended from the void. Boom! Finally, the thousand-eyed demon, the heaven and earth Dharma idol, made its move. It obtained the vast hell energy from Xia Ping, and its body suddenly grew to a height of thousands of meters. Over 1,000 eyes opened and spun about, containing terrifying radiance. It was sinister and strange, as if a hell was sealed within the depths of every single eye, sealing countless gods and devils. Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, the demonic power in the eyes revolved, and in an instant, rays of death light shot out. They contained the terrifying power of death, hell, and destruction. They intertwined and tore the void. The body of the fake underworld king was immediately pierced, and it collapsed with a single blow. Its entire body was like a beehive, and even the underworld river was pierced and broken into more than a dozen pieces. Immediately, there seemed to be countless demons in the depths of the underworld river screaming miserably. It was as if countless resentful spirits were quickly being destroyed in the depths of the long river and turned into ashes. Rumble! The Hell King formation of the 9th heaven and 10th earth could not withstand the destruction of this power. It collapsed in an instant, and all the primordial chi exploded, making a loud noise. Many disciples of the Palace of Darkness could not withstand the backlash of the formation's destruction. Waves of overbearing backlash rushed into their bodies, causing them to explode with a loud bang. One by one, the disciples of the Palace of Darkness could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Their internal organs were severely injured, and even their primordial spirits were greatly injured. Some of the disciples of the Palace of Darkness could not withstand the backlash. Their entire bodies exploded, and they turned into a pile of meat paste. Moreover, they exploded continuously, like fireworks exploding. Chapter 1880. Oh my God, this human is trying to defy the heavens. He actually destroyed the 9 heavens 10 earths Hell King formation by himself. Just what kind of divine ability is this? It's too exaggerated, isn't it? Seeing this, some of the thunder demons could not help but scream, dumbfounded. Many of the lightning demons couldn't help nodding their heads. They knew how powerful the 9 heavens 10 earths underworld king array was. If they were to deal with it, they would have to expend a great deal of effort to break it. They did not even know how many of their clansmen would die. But this human in front of them had used his own magical power to condense 3 Dharma powers and completely destroyed the formation. How could they not be shocked and surprised? It's time! At this time, Lei Yundong stood up, his eyes shining. Immediately set up the Imu Divine Thunder formation. Gather all the power of the Imu Divine Thunder in your body and explode it instantly. Give Wu Wudi a fatal blow. You must kill this brat with one move. Destroy his primordial spirit and turn him into ashes. He clenched his fists. After waiting for a long time, he finally had the chance to capture this group of humans in one fell swoop. Yes, young master. You must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Previously, I thought that Wu Wudi was dead for sure. He would definitely be beaten to death by the disciples of the Palace of Darkness. I didn't expect that the disciples of the Palace of Darkness would be defeated so easily. There are so many casualties. This is unbelievable. This proves that Wu Wudi's power is beyond everyone's imagination. A human like him is too terrifying. If he becomes a saint, will there be any way for us other clans to survive? This person must not be left alive. That's right. This guy is already so terrifying at the early Dharma stage. If he advances to the peak of the Dharma stage, or even the peak of the Thunder Tribulation stage, then who can control him? Won't this brat ascend to heaven? Many of the Thunder demons were amazed. They felt that Wu Wudi was too much of a threat. He had risen to the level of the enemy of their race, which made them want to kill him. This attack is the most crucial one. We must use all our strength and burn our own blood essence to raise the Imu Divine Thunder formation to the limit. We must kill Wu Wudi in an instant. Lei Yundong said in a low voice. Burn our blood essence? This is going to consume your lifespan. Is there a need to be so exaggerated? It's not an exaggeration at all. The young master is right. This is a critical attack, and there is no room for error. You've all seen how brutal Wu Wudi is. He's able to fight against so many Dharma adepts all by himself. If we can't kill him this time, then he will definitely become a big problem for our Thunder Beastkin in the future. It will be a disaster in an instant. Do you understand? You're right. This person is too formidable, ferocious, and conceited. He'll definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance, and he's utterly intolerant of others. If we don't kill him, I'm afraid our Thunder Demon clan will be annihilated. All the Thunder Beasts looked at each other and reached a consensus. Now's the time. Activate the spell formation. Lei Yundong bellowed. Boom! Immediately, all the Thunder Beasts formed a seal with their hands, and the Emu Divine Thunder Universe formation immediately appeared. It seemed to communicate with the Thunder Dimension, and countless thunder energy descended, almost condensing into a tangible sea of thunder. One after another, the Emu Divine Thunder vibrated in the depths of the formation. The entire formation seemed to have turned into a sphere, like a thunder planet, full of terrible destructive power. Under the control of the group of Thunder Beastkin, the Thunder Planet immediately moved. Like a meteor falling, the planet was burning. It was invincible, and in an instant, it smashed towards Xiaoping. This kind of impact was too terrifying. If it was in the outer universe, this attack alone would cause countless planets to collapse and shatter. Countless creatures would be shocked to death, electrocuted to death, or smashed to death. Under this power, nothing within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers could survive. The surviving disciples of the Palace of Darkness were the first to bear the brunt. When they felt this power, their expressions changed. Bastard, this group of Thunder Beastkin is actually hitting us when we're down. Hide quickly. This power is too strong. We can't resist it at all. How can we hide? There's no way to hide. It's too fast. Many disciples of the Palace of Darkness let out shrill screams, but such screams soon disappeared. This was because they were hit by the Thunder Planet and instantly turned into ashes. If it was before, they might have some means to resist and not be killed in an instant. But now, this group of disciples of the Palace of Darkness had been seriously injured by Xiaoping. How could they have any strength left? Now that they were attacked from the front and the back, they were immediately blasted into ashes. Human, go to hell. All the magic treasures on you belong to us. The biggest winner is me, Lei Yundong. Seeing so many disciples of the Palace of Darkness die, Lei Yundong laughed wildly. He was extremely proud. He felt that he seemed to be unprecedentedly powerful. When he controlled this formation, he could even easily kill a powerful cultivator in the Thunder Tribulation realm. This was the power of the formation. It could destroy heaven and earth. Hit me when I'm down? You cowardly bandits, trash who only dares to sneak attack. Want to learn from others and be the fisherman? Have you measured your own strength? Your insignificant strength is nothing but trash in my eyes. Xiaoping sneered. He had been on guard against the sneak attack of the Thunder Demonic Clan. How could he not know that this group of Thunder Demonic Clan would take this opportunity to kill him and the disciples of the Palace of Darkness together? Boom! Another heaven and earth form flew out from Xiaoping's body. It was a divine elephant, indomitable and incomparably huge. It was the size of a planet. This creature seemed to have walked out of a mythical world. It stood in the void as if it was a world itself. It represented the true meaning of strength. Wisps of the divine elephant's aura descended like a crushing mountain, shaking the sky. Damn, there's another heaven and earth form. How many heaven and earth forms has this guy condensed? Is he going to let people live? Damn it. Is there no limit to his strength? Many Thunder Demonic Clan were so scared that their eyeballs almost fell out. Originally, they thought that having 3 heaven and earth forms was the limit of this human. It was a shocking act. They did not expect that there would be another heaven and earth form. This was not a human at all. No matter how many heaven and earth forms he has, in front of our E-Wood Divine Thunder Universe formation, they will all die. He has no future. A dead genius is just a cup of soil. Lei Yundong's face was ferocious. His murderous intent was boiling. His killing intent towards Xiaoping was getting stronger and stronger. It was almost overflowing and condensing into a substance. Chapter 1881. Kill him. Many thunder beasts shouted angrily and desperately activated the array formation. A planet like a sea of thunder rushed towards Xia Ping crazily. It was like Mount Tai pressing down on him, and there was nowhere to hide. This kid's crazy. Some of the thunder beasts immediately noticed that the divine elephant didn't dodge. Instead, it charged forward recklessly, like a super cosmic fortress, rushing toward them. As the divine elephant ran, it seemed to set off endless waves of energy, carrying with it a terrifying spatial storm. Every step it took caused terrifying fluctuations, as if a super earthquake was occurring in the dark true void. If this were a piece of land, it would have long since been crushed to pieces. But even so, a terrible tremor came from the depths of the void, condensing into tangible waves that penetrated the spell formation, causing their blood to boil and their hearts to stop. Damn it, it's going to hit us. Does this kid want to die with us? He's crazy. Lei Yundong and the other thunder demons were scared half to death. They could clearly feel the tyrannical power of the divine elephant, as if it were a divine beast with extreme power. Each and every move it made contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Now that the divine elephant was charging toward them, it was like two huge planets had collided, or a series of car accidents had occurred on a highway. It was a scam. Kill it. Kill the divine elephant immediately. Lei Yundong roared, his face ferocious. No, there's nothing we can do. This divine elephant seems to have a divine ability that makes it invulnerable. One of the thunder demons couldn't help but cry out. They were shocked to find that the divine elephant was crushing everything in its path, like a bulldozer. Any lightning power that hit the divine elephant couldn't do any damage to it. It was as if the divine elephant's body was covered by an absolute energy barrier that no energy could break through. The lightning power that they were so proud of was useless. It's over. Lei Yundong's face fell, and his heart sank to the bottom of the sea. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the divine elephant charged over. It was just a collision, but it was like a landslide and a tsunami. The entire planet condensed from lightning collapsed in an instant and was smashed into pieces. Many of the thunder beasts felt this overwhelming power. It was invincible, and the entire formation collapsed in an instant. It collapsed inch by inch, like a stone hitting an egg. There was no resistance at all. They felt that this power was really too strong. It could be said to be the power of a divine beast, surpassing everything. It was indescribably strong. This was the true boundless power. This power was simply too pure. There were no impurities in it. It was just a tyrannical power. However, when it was pure to the extreme, it meant that it was extremely powerful. It was enough to break through space. Pooh! Because of the collapse of the formation, many thunder beasts immediately suffered a backlash. All of them couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Their internal organs were also severely injured. Some of the weaker thunder beasts were smashed into minced meat, badly mutilated. Run. We can't fight this person head-on. How can there be a human with such dense magic power? Even divine beasts are no better than this. We can't continue fighting. Otherwise, we'll definitely die. Young Lord will bring up the rear. We'll burn our lifespan and magic power to block this human for a moment. Hurry back to the clan and mobilize the army to avenge us. Many thunder beasts roared. Some of the loyal thunder beasts even stood up and burned all their magic power and lifespan in an attempt to create a chance for Lei Yundong to escape. You still want to bring up the rear? Fight for a chance to escape? Who do you think you are? All of you have to die. Xia Ping punched out. The divine elephant rushed over and waved its huge trunk that was thousands of kilometers long. It emitted an extremely powerful aura. It was as if the void was about to be torn apart. With just one blow, the dozen or so thunder beasts who were trying to bring up the rear for Lei Yundong and were planning to burn their lifespan were slapped hard by the elephant's trunk. Abundant power suddenly erupted. These thunder beasts didn't even have time to scream. They were instantly smashed into minced meat and their primordial spirits were destroyed. Bastard! Seeing this scene, Lei Yundong's eyes widened and his heart was bleeding. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He could only watch helplessly as the elites of his clan died like ants. He was powerless to do anything. If he had known that this human was so powerful, he would never have come forward to provoke him. But now it was too late. Infinite universe. Thunder moves heaven and earth, fast as thunder. Lei Yundong formed a seal with both hands and immediately burned his vitality and lifespan. In an instant he lost thousands of years of lifespan. Countless thunder runes surged out of his body and seemed to turn into an energy thunder snake. This was the escape magic of the thunder beasts, thunder snake escape. Every time it was used, it consumed a lot of lifespan. The longer the teleportation distance, the more lifespan would be consumed. Originally, he wouldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. But now it was a matter of life and death. If he didn't escape now, his lifespan would be reduced to 0. This loss was nothing at all. Still want to escape? Have you asked for my permission? Xia Ping's figure flashed. Like a Kuan-Peng, he escaped into the void. When he saw Lei Yundong trying to escape, he immediately flew up and slapped the void with his claw. Bloodline magic, Hell Golden Crow Claw. This claw was earth-shattering. The claw broke through the void and directly penetrated the space. It was like the claw of an ancient divine bird. It immediately descended under Lei Yundong's head and sealed the void around his body. Escape immediately. Lei Yundong's hair stood on end. He felt great danger. He couldn't help but roar and operate the spiritual power in his body to the extreme. It turned into a thunder snake and fled in all directions, trying to break out. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't break through the huge dark golden claw. He slammed into the huge dark golden pillars. This was like Sun Wukong entering the Buddha's kingdom in the palm. Impossible. Why can't the thunder snake escape of the thunder beasts escape? What is going on? Lei Yundong was terrified to the extreme. His life-saving divine art had actually failed. Xia Ping didn't answer. He squeezed hard and the giant claw closed. Boom. Immediately, Lei Yundong's entire body exploded like a persimmon. He was crushed and turned into a mass of meat paste. Only his primordial spirit was left struggling. No. I, Lei Yundong, am the young master of the thunder beasts. Human, how dare you kill me? How dare you kill me? My father won't let you go. He definitely won't. Lei Yundong let out an unwilling roar. It contained resentment, anger, and unwillingness. In the next second, he could no longer scream because the energy in his body exploded. His entire primordial spirit was torn apart and completely disappeared from this universe. Chapter 1882. Young Master. When the remaining thunder demons saw this scene, they all cried out in grief and indignation. They watched Lei Yundong being killed, but they had no power to resist. They were extremely resentful. Don't worry, you will go with him. Xia Ping's figure flickered, and he attacked the remaining thunder demons again and again. Wu Wudi, my thunder demon clan will not let you go. We have already spread the news that you killed the young master of my thunder demon clan. In the future, you will be the enemy of my thunder demon clan. We will not rest until you die. We will not rest until you die. Just you wait, clan leader, and the elders will avenge us. You will not have a good ending. Let's fight to the death with him and self-destruct. Even if we die, we will drag him down with us. Many thunder demons were furious and faced death with equanimity. They tried to self-destruct and perish together with Xia Ping. However, their speed was too slow. Xia Ping attacked again and again. He performed the thousand-armed Buddha and slapped down fiercely. In an instant, millions of palm prints appeared and bombarded everything. Suddenly, there was a series of war drums in the void, and a mass of flesh and blood exploded. When the drums stopped, the screams also disappeared. Many thunder demons were blown up on the spot, and there was no corpse left. At this moment, there were no enemies within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers that could threaten Xia Ping. They actually leaked the news? That's good too. It suits me. Xia Ping did not care about the threat of these thunder demons at all. Instead, leaking the news was exactly what he wanted. If he did not leak the news, How could he anger the Thunder Demon clan and attract their hatred? Voila! He grabbed with his big hand and immediately collected all the space rings of this group of Thunder Demons and the Palace of Darkness. There were a large number of elixirs, spiritual medicines, magic treasures, and all kinds of rare materials. It was a windfall. At the same time, the soul energy left behind by these enemies was completely devoured by him and refined into soul crystals. The corpses of this group of Thunder Demons were all precious materials for refining thunder magic treasures. He also collected them without wasting them. Swoosh! Xia Ping's figure flashed and immediately landed in the center of this dark continent. He came to the front of the treasure vault. At this time, no one could stop him from obtaining the treasures. Ha! He arrived in front of the treasury, and two beams of divine light shot out from his eyes. They pierced through the restrictive formations and saw the treasures inside the treasury clearly, no matter how big or small they were. At the very center of the treasury was a crimson cauldron. The cauldron radiated a violent flame power, and there were countless flame runes engraved on its surface. It possessed an extremely tyrannical power. Without a doubt, this was a sacred weapon. Immediately, Xia Ping's probing seemed to have awakened the Saint artifact. A powerful ripple spread out, instantly affecting the entire continent and causing it to shake violently. Little friend, go back. I am the heaven-burning divine flame refining furnace, a medium-grade saint artifact that the Saint of Good Fortune used to refine all rare treasures in the world. My magic power is limitless and not something that a mortal like you can control. Right at this time, the enormous cauldron released an ancient voice. It was vast, mighty, and at the same time, contained an unquestionable aura. It expressed that it would not be controlled by mortals. Only sages could control it, and it did not care about anyone else. Clearly, this saint artifact had an artifact spirit and its own independent will. Without its acknowledgement, ordinary cultivators could forget about controlling this saint artifact. Medium-grade saint artifact. Hearing this, Xia Ping's eyes brightened. This saint artifact was not simple. It had actually reached the level of a medium-grade saint artifact. It likely surpassed the vast majority of saint artifacts. Even a sage would drool if they saw it. He wanted to refine this saint artifact more and more. This was because it was far too useful. It was a giant refining furnace that could automatically refine all sorts of magic weapons and pills. Obtaining it was the same as obtaining a grand refiner. Although the Black Ox's refining strength was good, its main job was still Shinong. It was responsible for managing farmland and medicine fields, and there was still a difference between it and a true grand refiner. But this heaven-burning divine flame refining furnace was different. Under the tutelage of the Saint of Good Fortune, it must have refined countless magic weapons. Moreover, this was a complete medium-grade saint artifact. The might it could display was incomparable. But the only problem was that it wasn't willing to be refined by him. If it was forcefully refined, then the might of this medium-grade saint artifact would not be a joke. Even a peak Thunder Tribulation Supreme Elder would not be able to suppress it. Thinking of this, Xia Ping's heart stirred. System, is there any way to help me refine this medium-grade saint artifact? He remembered the almost omnipotent system. It had helped him refine some treasures before. Easy, it requires 50 hatred crystals. The system replied. Exchange, system, help me refine it immediately. Hearing this, Xia Ping said impatiently. He had a total of 370 hatred crystals on him, and spending 50 hatred crystals was nothing. It was just a small amount of money. But if he could obtain this medium-grade saint artifact, he would have made a huge profit. Rumble, in an instant, an unfathomable force surged out from Xia Ping's body. It pierced through the void, tore apart the array formation, and directly poured into the heaven-burning divine flame refining furnace. This force was unstoppable and unstoppable. Impossible, mortal, how can you have this kind of power? Damn it. Originally, this heaven-burning divine flame refining furnace was high and mighty, and it didn't put Xia Ping in its eyes. This was because it had seen countless sages, so what was a mere mortal to it? It thought that the other party, a human who hadn't even cultivated to the thunder tribulation realm, could not refine and control it. But now it was different. It actually felt an unparalleled energy surging over, drowning its soul in an instant, causing it to completely faint. It couldn't even resist for a moment. Refine. At this moment, Xiaoping also felt a trace of his primordial spirit extend with the system's energy, easily penetrating the supreme array formation inside the heaven-burning divine flame refining furnace. He couldn't help but secretly marvel. The array formation and divine runes inside this heaven-burning divine flame refining furnace were too amazing and unfathomable. Without the assistance of the system, with his current strength, it would be impossible to break through the core and refine the artifact spirit. In fact, if the Pearl of Mountains and Rivers was not in a damaged state, but in a complete state, the green ox wouldn't have allowed Xiaoping to be refined so easily. Soon, Xiaoping's primordial spirit entered the innermost space of the heaven-burning divine flame refining furnace. It was an empty space, and there was only a cluster of red flames that was 30 feet tall, burning hot. Obviously, this cluster of red flames was the artifact spirit of the heaven-burning divine flame refining furnace. At this moment, the other party was sleeping soundly. Because the power of the system was in a dormant state, it was defenseless, and all the defense mechanisms on its body were ineffective. Chapter 1883. Boom. As soon as Xiaoping's finger touched the red flame, his spirit trembled as if he had signed a contract. His spirit connected with the spirit of the Brahma divine fire crafting cauldron in an instant. Immediately, he felt that his spirit seemed to be integrated into the Brahma divine fire crafting cauldron. He had complete control over this divine artifact. The surrounding formations were no longer hostile to him and could be controlled by him at will. However, this was a mid-grade divine artifact with boundless power. Xiaoping found it very difficult to control it. It was like a child pushing a small car. It didn't move at all. One had to know that his magic power was comparable to that of a Thunder Retribution Realm cultivator, but it was still difficult to activate a complete mid-grade divine artifact. It was no wonder that the spirit of the Brahma divine fire crafting cauldron was unwilling to be refined by him. After an unknown period of time, the artifact spirit of the Brahma divine flame crafting cauldron finally woke up. The scarlet flame in the depths of the void wriggled and turned into a huge flaming man. It had eyes, ears, nose, hands, and legs. At this moment, it had also regained consciousness. Obviously, it knew what had happened. I didn't expect you to actually have the ability to successfully refine me. Although I don't know what method it is, since I have been refined, I will be your weapon from now on. The red flaming man's voice buzzed. It had acknowledged Xiaoping's identity as its master. It was a very realistic spirit. Since it had been refined, there was no way to get rid of the contract. Then it could only admit it. There was no need to do anything unnecessary. Moreover, a mortal in the Transcendence realm had a way to refine a divine artifact. It could be said that he had a boundless future. Following such a master might not be a bad thing. It accepted this fact calmly. Master, you actually obtained another divine artifact. And it's a mid-grade divine artifact. The green bull also noticed and was immediately amazed. It had never expected that Xiaoping could actually refine an intact mid-grade divine artifact. It was simply beyond its imagination. It thought that Xiaoping would at least have such strength when he reached the Sage Realm. Moreover, this Brahma divine fire crafting cauldron was obviously extraordinary. With the help of this crafting cauldron, it could refine countless pills and spiritual medicines, as well as all kinds of magic treasures. Why don't you take a look at what sect he is from? Corinne proudly said. He felt that sooner or later Xiaoping's achievements would surpass his original master, and he might even create a more powerful school than Myriad Stars sect. Very good, what's your name? Xiaoping was very satisfied. I am a magical treasure, born of the heavens and earth. I have no father or mother, nor do I have a name. However, if you must give me a nickname, my previous master once called me Brahma. The Crimson Flame Man called himself Brahma. All right, then you'll be called Brahma from now on. Xia Ping nodded. He wasn't too conflicted about this thing. He only asked for its name so that it would be easier to call it in the future. That's right, since you were once the Good Fortune Saint's magic tool, then you must be very familiar with the Heaven's Fortune diagram. I wonder if there are a great number of precious treasures within this magic tool? Xia Ping wanted to ask Brahma, an insider. I've been asleep for far too long, from the ancient era until now. Although I've woken up several times, I still don't know what happened within the Heaven's Fortune diagram. Brahma said in a deep voice. Moreover, the Heaven's Fortune diagram has opened countless times and countless mortals have come in to seek their own lucky chances. Many of those lucky chances have been obtained and dug clean. Even if I know some things about the Heaven's Fortune diagram before, with the vicissitudes of time and the vicissitudes of time, my information is of no help to the present. Xia Ping nodded. He also acknowledged this point. It seemed that he had been a bit too optimistic. After all, the Brahma Divine Flame Refining Furnace had been asleep for who knew how many years and hadn't come out. How could it know what was happening around it? Even if 100 years passed in the mortal world, earth-shaking changes would occur. Not to mention that countless tens of thousands of years had passed. Such changes were even more astonishing. But if you want to talk about the greatest hidden treasure in the Heaven's Fortune diagram, I might know. If that place hasn't been discovered yet, perhaps Master can go there and obtain a great deal of benefits. Brahma's tone changed. Hidden treasure? What kind of treasures are there? Xia Ping blinked his eyes and asked curiously. That's an orchard. Fen Tian said, there are 9 ginseng fruit trees planted inside. It can be considered a relatively precious place in the Heaven's Fortune diagram. If Master were to obtain these ginseng fruits, it would definitely be of great benefit. Ginseng fruit tree? Good stuff, really good stuff. Master, you have to get all of them. Hearing this, the green cow's eyes turned red. This ginseng fruit tree is a miraculous tree of heaven and earth. It takes 10,000 years to bloom, 10,000 years to bear fruit, and 10,000 years to mature. It takes a total of 30,000 years to grow a ginseng fruit. Furthermore, every ginseng fruit has the power to seize the good fortune of heaven and earth. Consuming one can increase one's magic power by 30,000 years, which is enough to instantly raise an early-stage Thunder Tribulation realm to the peak of the Thunder Tribulation realm. Ginseng fruits can even increase one's lifespan by 30,000 years. They are countless times more precious than longevity fruits, and even saints covet them. What? Xia Ping's eyes immediately lit up. Right now, his foundation was simply too strong. Not only did he possess the Hell Golden Crow bloodline, he had also condensed 9 great violet palaces and 9 great primordial spirits. The amount of energy he needed to condense was more than 10,000 times that of an ordinary person. It could be said that the difficulty of each breakthrough was 10,000 times greater than that of an ordinary Dharma Supreme expert. If there were no treasures of heaven and earth, he might not be able to break through much even if he died of old age. Without a doubt, if this ginseng fruit tree still existed, he would definitely obtain it. He could even transplant it into the space of the mountain river Pearl and continuously provide him with ginseng fruits. Where's the orchard? Xia Ping immediately asked. Since he had nowhere else to go, he might as well go to the place that Brahma mentioned to look for it. He was extremely eager to obtain the ginseng fruit. It's at the northeast corner of the Heaven's Fortune diagram. It's at least 2 weeks away from here. I can lead the way. Fen Tian said in a deep voice. All right, then lead the way. Xia Ping did not hesitate. He immediately broke through the restriction formation of the treasure vault and plundered all the treasures. However, the magic treasures in this treasure vault were also ordinary and could not be compared to the Brahma Divine Fire Weapon Refining Cauldron. However, even though the sparrow was small, it still had some meat, so he did not dislike it at all. After doing all this, he immediately rushed in the direction that the artifact spirit of the Brahma Divine Fire Weapon Refining Cauldron had mentioned. At this time, the matter of Xia Ping killing many disciples of the Palace of Darkness, as well as a large number of thunder demons, was quickly exposed. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire Heaven's Fortune diagram and was known by countless experts of various races. Chapter 1884. What? That Wu Wuti appeared again? He's so bold now that he killed the disciples of the Palace of Darkness? Even the young master of the Thunder Goblin clan, Lei Yundong, was killed by him. Many people were immediately stunned when they heard the news. Because they had not heard news of Wu Wuti for a long time, they thought that the kid had offended so many forces and was so scared that he went into hiding, not daring to make a fuss anymore. Who would have thought that the kid would appear again in the Heaven's creation map, and as soon as he appeared, he did such an earth-shattering crime, killing the disciples of the Palace of Darkness and the young master of the Thunder Goblin. Fuck, this kid's courage is boundless. Is he still human? He even dared to kill the disciples of the Palace of Darkness. Doesn't he know that it's one of the two holy lands of the human race? He's stirring up a hornet's nest. Some people thought that Wu Wuti was crazy. What a joke. That kid dares to kill everything. He's simply too arrogant. I've never seen him not do anything. The Palace of Darkness is nothing. That's right. As the saying goes, too many debts won't weigh on you. If you count carefully, this kid has offended countless forces. The number of people who can kill him is simply too many to count. Now it's just the Palace of Darkness and the Thunder Goblin clan. That's right. This guy is relying on his identity to commit crimes everywhere. He's simply too arrogant. Can't anyone deal with him? This time, that kid is definitely dead. Killing the disciples of the Palace of Darkness is a big deal. Do you know how many experts there are in the Palace of Darkness? If this group of people makes a move, it's useless to hide in any corner of the universe. Keep bragging. The universe is so big. That kid can hide anywhere and the people of the Palace of Darkness won't be able to find him. Didn't the Wanda clan, the Shintian sect, the Great Sky sect, and other forces say the same? Now they can't even find a hair on his head. Everyone was discussing this because the deaths of the disciples of the Palace of Darkness and the young master of the Thunder Goblin clan were too shocking. They all felt that Wu Wuti was simply too heaven-defying. It would have been fine if he hadn't appeared, but once he did such an earth-shattering crime. Furthermore, there's another problem that I'm afraid none of you have noticed. Every time Wu Wuti appears, his level of cultivation increases exponentially. Previously, he could only deal with returning nature adepts. Now, he can kill Dharma adepts. This rate of improvement is frightening. If he disappears this time, won't he be able to easily kill a Thunder Tribulation eminence the next time he appears? Someone thought of this serious problem. Many people were reminded and immediately shivered. They had always been shocked by Wu Wuti's daring actions, but they had forgotten about his terrifying talent and rapid progress. This rate of improvement was not calculated in years, but in days. If he continued to grow, no one would be able to do anything to him. Who exactly is that Wu Wuti? Why do all of you know him? Some of them did not recognize Wu Wuti. They were all from the Central Universe and had rushed over from the Central Universe to enter the creation map of the heavens. However, they were not familiar with the affairs of other regions of the universe. To these people, other than the Central Universe, the rest of the universe was like a backwater. They did not know how to spend time paying attention to and understanding them. It was just like Xia Ping's previous life on Earth. He lived in Huaxia, but he did not know the specific situation of small countries like Tunisia, Namibia, Comoros, Niger, Kenya, Uganda, and so on. No one knew what happened in these small countries every day. You don't know how savage Wu Wuti is. His name has long been known throughout the universe. When someone heard this, he immediately explained how savage Wu Wuti was. Although he had only been famous for a few years, every time he appeared, he would commit a major crime and offend countless forces. Now, the North Universe's Mystic Heaven sect, Heavenly Reflection sect, Great Sky sect, and other Saint-class sects, the South Universe's 10,000 Poison sect, the West Universe's Luohan tribe, the Angel tribe, and the Wolf tribe, as well as the various forces of the East Universe had listed Wu Wuti as a wanted criminal. He was wanted throughout the universe, and the bounty had reached tens of billions of universe dollars. It seemed like it was still increasing. So that Wu Wuti is so savage. This is indeed the wilderness. Poor and remote places give birth to unruly people. Let's be careful. That wanted criminal is extremely savage. He even killed the disciples of the Darkness Temple. If we're careless, we'll be killed too. Boo-hoo, didn't they say that the humans in these regions are very weak? They're far inferior to our central universe. How did such a terrifying wanted criminal appear? The wilderness is too dangerous. Every place has its own people. The wilderness here is lacking in resources, and everyone is fighting over them. It's normal for one or two ruthless people to appear. Everyone, don't be careless. That Taoist extreme evil from the Darkness Temple was torn apart by Wu Wudi because he was careless. Not even his bones were left. His death was so tragic that I can't even describe it with words. Now, the people from the Darkness Temple are going crazy with anger. They've sworn to take revenge. Many people from the central universe warned each other to be wary of strangers. They should not casually speak to strangers, lest they encounter the terrifying wanted criminal, Wu Wudi, and die a violent death. In the past, they would have underestimated these people from the countryside. However, everything had to be compared. Now that the terrifying human race geniuses from the Palace of Darkness had been killed by the wanted criminal, one could imagine how ferocious Wu Wudi was. He was definitely not someone they could provoke. Wu Wudi's infamy began to spread among the various forces of the central universe, causing them to tremble in fear. At that moment, the Profound Heaven Sect, the Great Sky Sect, the Ancient Moon Sect, the Heavenly Reflection Sect, the Myriad Poison Sect, and the other forces also received the news. They immediately became excited, and their emotions surged. That Wu Wudi really did appear. Just right. Based on that kid's personality, how could he not participate in the birth of the fortune map of heavens? I didn't expect him to be so savage. He even dared to kill the people from the Darkness Temple. Is he tired of living? He's not dead even if you die. How can a scourge like him die so easily? He's arrogant. He's certain that even the Darkness Temple can't find his true identity and address, so he's naturally fearless. This time, we must set up an inescapable trap and completely destroy this kid. Otherwise, who knows where he'll run off to after leaving the fortune map of heavens. That's right. This Wu Wudi is like a loach, slippery and slippery. We must not alert him. This time, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong. If we can't destroy him, we must not make a move. That's right. Everyone discussed. They hated Wu Wudi to the extreme. This guy was alive and kicking, causing trouble everywhere he went. Not only was he fine, but he was also becoming more and more powerful and invincible. Chapter 1885. On the other hand, many disciples of the Palace of Darkness had gathered together. There were thousands of them, and each of them exuded an aura as deep as the abyss. They were extremely powerful. Each of them was a proud son of heaven of the human clan. Some were descendants of saints, while others were from ancient clans. They had special bloodlines, and their combat power was no less than that of ancient beasts. Damn it, I didn't expect Junior Brother Extreme Evil to be killed. Wu Wudi was too bold. Didn't he know that Junior Brother Extreme Evil was a disciple of the Palace of Darkness? How dare he kill him? Kill him. We must kill Wu Wudi. No matter where he came from, he killed a disciple of the Palace of Darkness. He must pay with his blood. We must make him taste the price of blood. Now the people of the Holy Land of Taichu are laughing at us. They say that the disciples of the Palace of Darkness are all trash. We can't even defeat a human disciple from the barbarian land. We've lost face for the Holy Land of the human clan. This kind of humiliation can only be washed away with blood. The disciples of the Palace of Darkness had ugly expressions on their faces. They were not sad about the death of Venomous Taoist and the others. They just felt that it was a disgrace to the Palace of Darkness. Originally, they were from the Holy Land of the human clan and had the most resources. They should have been invincible and untouchable. But now, they had been defeated by a young man who had appeared out of nowhere. If they did not get back at him, the Palace of Darkness would lose all face. They would not be able to raise their heads in front of the Holy Land of Taichu, and they would not even dare to speak loudly. "Find Wu Wuti and tear him to pieces," said a senior brother of the Palace of Darkness. A senior brother from Darkness Palace spoke. His killing intent surged, and it seemed to have condensed into a material form. It pierced through the surrounding space, causing it to be filled with holes like a beehive. "Yes!" the disciples of the Palace of Darkness shouted. They were unprecedentedly united. At this time, the masters of the Thunder Goblin clan had also gathered. Their leader, Lei Bao, was among them. Lei Yundong was his biological son, but he was dead. There were many other elites of the Thunder Goblin clan. My third son, Lei Yundong, had only lived for a few thousand years, but he had already reached the peak of the Dharma plane. He was extremely talented, and he was a strong successor to the leader of the Thunder Goblin clan. He might have even become the demon saint of the Thunder Goblin clan. I had high hopes for him and loved him. But now he's dead. He was killed by a human bastard called Wu Wuti. My years of hard work have been ruined, and the Thunder Demon clan has lost a genius. What do you think we should do about this? Lei Bao's eyes revealed a terrifying light. Kill Wu Wuti. A group of thunder demons roared angrily. Their bodies were filled with terrifying flames of anger, and the surrounding thunderbolts shook. It was as if the surrounding hundreds of millions of kilometers had turned into a sea of thunder. No one dared to approach. Otherwise, he would definitely be drowned in the sea of lightning, and not even his bones would remain. Then what are you waiting for? Capture Wu Wuti immediately. I want to skin him alive and break his bones one by one. Only then will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. If I don't kill him, Lei Bao, will not be a demon. Lei Bao clenched his fists and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The surrounding thunder demons could not withstand this terrifying aura and were all sent flying. Bolts of purple lightning descended, seemingly tearing apart the void and causing a huge thunderstorm. The numerous thunder demons immediately moved, scattering everywhere to search for Wu Wuti's whereabouts. My son, don't worry. Soon, I will send that human bastard to hell to accompany you. It won't take too long. Lei Bao clenched his fists. No one could imagine how angry he was right now. If he could erupt, this entire region would be completely destroyed, and nothing would exist. 2 weeks later, Xia Ping steered the Myriad Star through the inner space of the Myriad Heavens fortune chart. Due to the restrictions of the rules, it was impossible to jump through space within this spatial magic treasure. It could only travel through the starry sky for long distances. Even so, the Myriad Star was extremely fast. Its speed far exceeded that of a Thunder Tribulation Supreme Being. Moreover, it flew 24 hours a day, saving a great deal of magic power and strength. He had not been resting during these days. Instead, he had been cultivating. After refining the Brahma Divine Fire crafting cauldron, Xia Ping had been studying this medium-grade saint artifact. He immediately discovered that the most important part of this saint artifact was the Brahma Divine Fire within the crafting cauldron. In the past, the good fortune saint had obtained a wisp of the Brahma Divine Fire. With the help of many cosmic-level materials, he had finally refined this crafting cauldron after countless years. The so-called Brahma was also known as Brahma, Brahma, and Brahma. Its main meaning was purity and detachment from all desires. Thus, the Brahma Divine Fire was also known as the Purification Divine Fire. This was a tyrannical deviant fire that came from the depths of the chaos. It had the ability to purify all impurities and wash away all sins. It was extremely powerful and was very suitable for refining pills and weapons. No matter what material entered the giant cauldron, it would be rapidly purified by the Brahma Divine Fire. All impurities would be expelled, leaving behind only the true essence. Even materials that had been corroded by the abyssal demonic energy would be purified by the Brahma Divine Fire. Thus, after obtaining this deviant fire, Xia Ping quickly devoured it and made it his own. He poured it into his body and quickly unsealed the golden crow hell cells in his body. Today, he had awakened a total of 60 million golden crow hell cells in his body. The magic power in the depths of his sea of consciousness also rose steadily, reaching the peak of the early Dharma stage. He was just one step away from breaking through to the mid-Dharma stage. As expected of a mid-grade divine weapon. It's indeed powerful. Xia Ping was more and more satisfied with the Brahma divine fire crafting cauldron. If this divine weapon was fully activated, it could also explode with a tyrannical power that could instantly purify and incinerate the enemy. Of course, what he was most satisfied with was the Brahma divine fire crafting cauldron's ability to refine pills and weapons. He threw in the crystal fragrant rice and other spirit grains. Along with some other spirit herbs, he immediately refined crystal elixirs that were more than 3 times more powerful than before. At the same time, he also threw in some materials. The Brahma divine fire crafting cauldron could also freely refine Dharma treasures. It could even help him refine his natal Dharma treasure, the Bell of Chaos. After being refined by the Brahma divine fire crafting cauldron these days, the Bell of Chaos had also reached a higher level. It had already been promoted to a supreme spirit weapon and contained great spirituality. If there was an opportunity and it continued to accumulate primordial chi, it might be promoted to a divine weapon. It had to be said that the power of the Brahma divine fire crafting cauldron was beyond imagination. Of course, other than these auxiliary abilities, as a mid-grade divine weapon, its offensive and defensive abilities were also satisfactory. It was definitely not inferior to other divine weapons. Chapter 1886. Is this the place? At that moment, Xia Ping woke up from his cultivation. The stars had already arrived at the place that Brahma had mentioned. He looked outside through the virtual projection of the spaceship. However, he was stunned because he was surrounded by a dark vacuum. There was nothing there, not even a piece of land. There was no so-called ginseng fruit tree at all. Master, that's right, this is the place. The artifact spirit Brahma's voice rang out. His tone was very confident. But there's nothing here. Could it be that this place has changed after so many years? Xia Ping asked. After all, Brahma had been asleep for so many years, so anything could happen. I'm not very sure either. Brahma hesitated for a while and said, but as far as I know, this orchard seems to be surrounded by a powerful restriction formation. It's hidden deep in the void, and its aura doesn't leak at all. Ordinary people shouldn't be able to find it. Of course, after so many years, it's not impossible for a cultivator to accidentally find this place. After all, the universe is too big, and anything can happen. Hidden in the void? There's a restriction formation? Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. With a thought, he immediately activated the Hell Golden Crow's eyes, and an ancient, mysterious, and profound energy shot out from the depths of his pupils, piercing through the void. Immediately, the entire world underwent an earth-shattering change, and there seemed to be ripples in the void. In his eyes, a small piece of land that covered an area of 38 million square kilometers suddenly appeared in the dark starry sky that was originally empty. This piece of earthy yellow land was surrounded by a series of mysterious restrictive formations that fused with the void. It was as if it was independent of the outside world and had fused with the dimensional world. There's indeed a land. Brahma was right. Xia Ping's heart skipped a beat. He could sense that the restriction formation was extremely mysterious and had reached an extremely high level of attainment. It merged with the void and was invisible, hiding in the depths of the dimensional space. If not for his Hell Golden Crow's eyes that could see through all techniques, he probably wouldn't have discovered the existence of the khaki-colored land and wouldn't know anything. This restrictive array formation was simply too powerful. It was not an illusion array formation, but a pure spatial array formation. Even if his flying ship arrived in the starry sky, he would not be able to discover anything. It would be like passing through an illusion, and he would not be able to touch it. It was no wonder that no one had discovered the existence of this continent after so many years. If Brahma hadn't told him that there might be an orchard here, he would have thought that this place was a void with nothing at all. The soil of this continent doesn't seem simple either. Xia Ping's gaze penetrated through the restrictive formation and saw the situation inside the continent. He found that the soil of this small continent was also unusual. It contained a very strong spirituality and was not ordinary soil. He immediately told Corinne and Green Ox what he knew. Master, this is dark yellow soil, the famous dark yellow soil. It is one of the spiritual soils in the world, comparable to the 9 heaven living soil. It contains a majestic life force and is extremely suitable for nurturing spiritual herbs and spiritual roots. The Green Ox was extremely excited. Moreover, mysterious yellow soil seems to be even more precious than the 9 heaven living soil. It only appears in some universe mystic realms. Back then, Old Master wanted to obtain some mysterious yellow soil and expended a lot of effort. I didn't expect this place to have a land of 38 million square kilometers. This is great. Master, you must dig out the entire land. Dig it all away. It clenched its fists impatiently. Mysterious yellow soil? That's a good treasure. But there's no hurry. This continent is dangerous. There are many powerful abyssal demons. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and followed his gaze to penetrate the restrictive formation. He suddenly discovered that a large number of abyssal demons were also sealed in a corner of this continent. Moreover, these abyssal demons were completely different from the small characters he had encountered before. All of them were great demons at the peak of the Thunder Tribulation realm. Their demonic power was world-shaking. Even the races of these abyssal demons were famous. There were heart-devouring demons that devoured hearts, blood demons that had almost immortal bodies, invisible and formless heavenly demons, lava demons that burned with abyssal flames, poison demons that condensed from venom and could kill billions of living beings with a single drop of venom, and so on. Every demon released could cause a great calamity. Although there weren't many abyssal demons, only 18,000 of them, there was no doubt that every abyssal demon released was an overlord-level existence, an almighty powerhouse like a sect master. If he opened the restrictive formation here, these abyssal demons would definitely swarm out. Of course, if it was just these abyssal demons, Xia Ping also had a way to deal with them. The problem was that this was the myriad heavens creation map. There were too many almighties that entered this place to seek treasures. If intense fluctuations shook the surroundings during the battle, it would definitely attract the attention of countless almighties. At that time, the enemies wouldn't just be these abyssal demons. There would be even more almighties from various races coming. In that case, it would be hard to say if he could obtain this piece of land made of mysterious yellow soil and the 9 ginseng fruit trees in an intense battle. He didn't want to work so hard only to have the fruits of his labor stolen by others. At this moment, the Green Ox also understood Xia Ping's thoughts and couldn't help but nod. Master, your thoughts are indeed thorough. If you break this restrictive formation, these abyssal demons will definitely escape and cause great destruction. At the same time, it will also attract the attention of other almighties. Most importantly, Master has previously angered many people, and many enemies hate Master to the bone. Now, there are also powerful factions like the Palace of Darkness and the Thunder Demon race. They have already placed a bounty on Master's head on the internet and are fishing everywhere. They are everywhere. Indeed, you need to be more careful. Wanted me? There's such a thing? Xia Ping had been cultivating hard these days, so he wasn't aware of what was happening on the internet. Yes, you killed the young master of the Thunder Demon race. The patriarch of the Thunder Demon race, Lei Bao, is already stamping with rage and swearing to find trouble with you. He even offered a generous bounty on your head. Corinne looked speechlessly at this guy and said, even the Palace of Darkness, the holy land of the human race, has made a move. They used their power as a holy land to mobilize a large number of saint-level sect's disciples to provide them with clues. It can be said that they have set up an inescapable net in the entire myriad heavens creation map, waiting to take your life. The corners of his mouth twitched. He had nothing to say about Xia Ping's lawless behavior. Chapter 1887. So many people want my life. This is good news. Hearing this, Xia Ping's eyes lit up. His mind immediately became active, and he was very excited. Good news? Green Ox's and Corinne's mouths twitched, and they were speechless. They had never seen such a person before. Hearing that so many people wanted his life, and that many top factions had joined forces to search every inch of the way, it was shocking. Faced with such a situation, ordinary people would have long been scared out of their wits. But now this kid was actually in high spirits. The artifact spirit, Brahma, was also dumbfounded. He did not understand his new master at all. He seemed to be a little beyond imagination and unfathomable. If I can think of a way to lure this group of people over to help me deal with the group of abyssal demons, then I will be the one to reap the benefits. Xia Ping rubbed his chin and immediately thought of a good idea. Thinking of this, he immediately logged into the universe virtual network and used Wu Wudi's identity to directly send a message to everyone. I heard that many people want to kill me, but they can't find my whereabouts. This is very boring. Then I, Wu Wudi, can give everyone a chance. I'm at XX place. If you have the ability, come and kill me. Once this message came out, it immediately shook the creation map of heavens. Countless humans and creatures of countless races knew about it, and the news spread at the speed of light. After all, Wu Wudi's name had long been known in this place. Who knew how many people wanted to find Wu Wudi's whereabouts and kill him for the bounty? Unfortunately, after 2 weeks, no one could find Wu Wudi's whereabouts. They could not help but feel a little discouraged. They felt that the kid's ability to hide his whereabouts was too strong. There was no hope of finding him, and they wanted to give up. But just as they were about to give up, the person in question actually dared to appear in front of everyone and say where his true body was. It was too exaggerated. That universe's most wanted criminal Wu Wudi has appeared. He directly posted on the virtual network and said where his true body is. Is that for real? That kid is completely crazy. Is he tired of living? He doesn't know how many people want to kill him now. Once they know where his true body is, he'll definitely die. This news must be fake. Who would be so stupid? Even if they were tired of living, they wouldn't send someone to kill them. I think this might be fake news. Someone is pretending to be Wu Wudi. Someone dares to impersonate Wu Wudi? He's the one who's truly tired of living. This is an act that will incur the wrath of the masses. Once it's discovered, he'll probably be beaten to death as well. At once, the universe virtual network was filled with discussions. They were all completely shocked by this news. However, they were still doubtful, not knowing if this news was real or fake. After all, there was a lot of fake news in the virtual network. It was also possible that someone was impersonating Wu Wudi and spreading rumors. In fact, there were quite a few people who had been tricked by the rumors. Sometimes, there were rumors on the internet that Wu Wudi might appear somewhere, but when they rushed over, they found nothing. They had been completely fooled. Xia Ping was also aware of this situation, so he immediately took out all sorts of treasures. These treasures were obtained from Taoist extreme evil and the other disciples of the Palace of Darkness, as well as Lei Yundong and the other thunder demons. They were also their unique life treasures. He continued, "Everyone might not believe my true identity, but that's fine. These are the treasures I obtained from those I defeated. This should be enough to prove my identity. Don't doubt my motive for revealing my location. I'm just bored and too lonely. I'm sure everyone doesn't understand the loneliness of being invincible. No matter how strong an enemy is, I can kill them with one punch. That emptiness of being invincible makes me very uncomfortable. My entire body has become an empty shell, leaving behind only my handsome skin. I only have one request for all of you who are hunting me. Come and kill me or be killed by me." As soon as this was said, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, causing countless people to be in an uproar. That's right. These treasures are Junior Brother Extreme Evil's life treasures. I'm a disciple of the Palace of Darkness, and I've seen them before. Oh my God, that's the life treasure of Lei Yundong, the young master of the Thunder Demon clan, the Purple Thunder Spear. There's no mistaking it. That means this kid is the real Wu Wudi. Otherwise, there's no way he could have these treasures. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if it's not Wu Wudi, it must be someone closely related to Wu Wudi. How else could he have obtained these treasures? After watching the video, everyone immediately believed Xia Ping's words. After all, If it wasn't Wu Wuti himself, the treasures on Taoist extreme evil and the others would not have fallen into his hands. Arrogant. This kid is too arrogant. Is he planning to challenge all the experts in the world and fight 1 against 10,000? Who does he think he is? He named himself Wu Wuti. He really thinks he's invincible. Some people were completely infuriated by Xia Ping's words. They felt that this kid was too arrogant. He was planning to challenge all the experts in the universe and think he was invincible. He said he only has one goal, and that is to be beaten to death by everyone. What an arrogant person. He really thinks he's an invincible expert. Does he think we're all vegetarians? Some people were fuming with anger. He had never seen such an arrogant person. To be honest, he had seen many arrogant people. Basically, all geniuses had this problem. They looked down on others and had their eyes on the top of their heads. However, this was the first time he had seen someone so arrogant that he wanted all the experts in the universe to beat him to death. How arrogant! At that moment, the people from the Palace of Darkness also heard the news. They immediately flew into a rage. Even the geniuses of our Palace of Darkness, the 2 holy lands of the human race, would not dare to say such things. How dare this kid do this? How much does he look down on our Palace of Darkness? Beat him to death. Since he wants to die, let's fulfill his wish. Move immediately. Beat this Wu Wuti until he's crippled. Let him know the power of the Palace of Darkness. Stupid to the extreme. He doesn't know how high the sky is. Let this kid see the power of the Palace of Darkness. It's definitely not something he can imagine. Many of the Palace of Darkness disciples were so furious that they were fuming with rage. According to their thinking, since this kid was wanted by the Palace of Darkness and had become the target of everyone, he should be hiding like a rat on the street and not dare to show himself. But now, this guy was too arrogant. Not only did he not hide, but he also jumped out and said that he wanted them to beat him to death. No one could stand such an arrogant attitude. Chapter 1888. At this time, the Thunder Goblin clan also received the news. Wu Wuti has appeared and posted on the virtual network. Bastard, he's wanted by our Thunder Goblin clan, yet he dares to show himself. Is he tired of living? He's tired of living. Not only did he show himself, but he also took the initiative to reveal his location and ask us to kill him. Crazy, this human is completely crazy. Does he want to die so badly? All the Thunder Goblins were dumbfounded. Although they could not wait to find Wu Wuti's location immediately, they did not expect such a thing to happen. There was actually someone who took the initiative to show himself and reveal his identity. He was courting death. They had chased and killed many enemies, but they had never seen such a type. For a moment, they did not know how to react. After all, they had never experienced such a thing before. Kill him, kill this bastard immediately. He actually dared to jump out and ask to be killed. I've never seen such a request in my life. If I don't kill him this time, I'll commit suicide. However, Patriarch Lei Bao was different. After hearing the news, he immediately flew into a rage, especially when he saw that Wu Wuti was holding his son Lei Yundong's magic treasure. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His eyes were red, and his body exuded a terrible murderous aura, causing cracks in the void. No one could imagine the rage in its heart at that moment. It wanted nothing more than to rush in front of Wu Wuti and tear this damned human into pieces. It wanted to exterminate his entire clan and even dig out his ancestors and grind their bones into ashes. Patriarch, there may be a trap. That human is despicable and shameless. There may be a trap. With the Thunder Goblin Elder's advice, he still felt uneasy and suspected that there was a trap. Trap my ass. Even if it's a trap, I'll go and kill him. I don't believe that little bastard has any trap that can do anything to me. Lei Bao sneered. In the face of absolute strength, any trap would be a joke. Moreover, this was a rare opportunity. The other party had taken the initiative to show himself. If he missed this opportunity and the kid slipped away, he did not know when he would be able to find him again. Therefore, he would definitely not miss this opportunity. Let's go. Lei Bao shouted. Yes, Patriarch. The numerous lightning demonic beasts didn't hesitate and immediately set off with their patriarch. They were bold and confident, and they felt that they were part of the lightning demonic clan, a clan that controlled lightning and was peerlessly formidable. Even if there was a trap, they wouldn't be afraid. There was still a power that could kill them, but that human brat clearly wasn't qualified. He didn't have that power. In addition to the Palace of Darkness and the Thunder Goblin tribe, the Wolf tribe, the Luohan tribe, the Angel tribe, the Thousand Poison sect, the Black Heaven sect, the Ancient Moon sect, and the Heaven Reflection sect also received the news. Is Wu Wudi out of his mind? You actually took the initiative to reveal your location? What's wrong with you? Even that guy isn't wrong. I've never seen such a treacherous person. The number of people who have been deceived by him is innumerable. Even dozens of planets wouldn't be able to fit him. That's right. That guy was a famous swindler when he first started his career. He even cheated children of their money. He has no conscience at all. This time, he suddenly jumped out. There must be a trap. Yes, this time it must be a trap. That bastard set up a trap for us to go over. We can't go. Bullshit, we have to go. If we don't go this time, how are we going to find his whereabouts? That guy's concealment skills are unparalleled. Until now, no one knows his true appearance. To be honest, this is an overt plot. That kid is certain that we will definitely come, so he deliberately said this. Even if there really is a trap in that place, we have to go. Indeed. When I think about how that kid is certain to get us back, I'm very unhappy. I'm filled with anger. Don't worry. This time, it's not just us who will go to kill Wu Wudi. A bunch of other forces will go, and the number of people will be frightening. Even if that kid has set up a huge trap, it's impossible for him to kill so many people. This time, I want that bastard to get the chicken dinner without losing anything. Everyone gritted their teeth. They also suspected that the bastard Wu Wudi must have set up a trap for them to go over. His purpose was to trick them, which was why he was so brazen. However, even if they suspected, there was nothing they could do. They still had to go. After all, the hatred between them was too great. Even if there was a small chance, they would not give up. Perhaps that was the reason why that kid was fearless. Thinking of this, they immediately made a decision to go to the place that Wu Wudi had pointed out. However, these people were not completely defenseless. They all called their friends and formed groups. They calculated all kinds of Dharma treasures and prepared all kinds of life-saving items. Once they arrived at the place, if anything went wrong, they would immediately escape. They would definitely not give that kid a chance to harm them. They were already fully prepared, and there was no room for error. On the other hand, Xia Ping also saw the turbulence in the virtual network. He knew that his provocation plan had completely succeeded. When the time came, there would probably be countless enemies coming to this place. I have to be prepared. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes. Although he planned to lure this group of people into a trap, they were all sly and cunning people. They would not be so easily fooled. Therefore, he decided to immediately set up many restrictive array formations in the surroundings. After setting up array formations, he would slowly lure this group of people into the real trap. Yes, first, I'll use the Flaming River 9 Tune Array. It contains 9 types of exceptional fires of heaven and earth. Xia Ping touched his chin. Next, I'll use the 5 Elemental Thunder Tribulation Array. I'll gather the 5 Elemental Thunder of heaven and earth and launch a series of attacks. Next, I'll use the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array. I'll gather the power of 360 stars to defeat the strong enemies. Finally, I'll use the Peach Blossom Miasma Illusion Array to trap this group of people in an endless illusion. They will not be able to distinguish between reality and illusion. This way, they will be at a loss. That's right, I have to fuse with the restrictive array formations of this bound of heaven and earth. I have to blend into the void and hide my aura. This way, those people will not be able to see where the restrictive array formations are. I can catch them off guard and catch them off guard. He planned to set up a large array formation. This was also a very good opportunity to practice array formations. This kind of action also gave him a deeper understanding of array formation knowledge, and it allowed him to achieve mastery through comprehensive study. Moreover, he had obtained countless array formation materials from the demon realm. Using up a portion this time was not a big deal. It was just a drop in the ocean. It was too small. He could squander it without limit. Chapter 1889. A day later, groups of forces quickly arrived in the starry sky near the black-yellow continent. They were very close to this place, so they quickly arrived without any trouble. As soon as they arrived, they immediately discovered a figure sitting cross-legged in the dark void. He stood in the void like a god, his eyes closed and motionless. This person was the legendary Wu Wudi. What an arrogant brat. I thought he was pretending to be ignorant and that it was fake news. I didn't expect it to be true. He even dared to appear in this place alone. What an arrogant brat. The group of people could not hide the shock in their hearts. They had only come here to watch the show. If there was a chance, they would take the opportunity to obtain the bounty. They did not expect the news on the internet to be true. Wu Wudi had really appeared here alone. This is a good chance. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as we kill this kid, we can immediately become rich overnight. Kill him. Someone's eyes were bloodshot. He could not suppress the killing intent in his heart and wanted to kill and snatch the treasure. Stuff. Are you an idiot? Before that person could make a move, he was held down by a few of his companions. They scolded, if this kid was so easy to kill, he would have been killed many times over. This person deliberately spread the news on the internet and revealed his true location. There must be a huge conspiracy. There might be a trap around him, and getting close to him will only lead to death. It doesn't matter if you want to die, but don't drag us down with you. These companions warned this greedy person. That person's hair stood on end. All the greed in his mind disappeared and was replaced by a clear state. He immediately became afraid of Wu Wudi. It was indeed as his companions had said. This Wu Wudi was famous, vicious, cunning, and vicious. He was a universe-level wanted criminal who killed people without batting an eyelid. How could he appear here to die so easily? There must be a trap. If he foolishly rushed over, he might be killed by Wu Wudi with a single punch. He would fall right into his opponent's trap. He looked at the people around him. Everyone had a regretful look on their faces, as if they were regretting not looking for trouble with Wu Wudi. They could have used this opportunity to test Wu Wudi's strength. Damn it, they're all a bunch of swindlers. They don't want to die, but they want me to go. Thank you for reminding me, brothers. Otherwise, I would have really fallen into the trap. That person immediately shed tears of gratitude towards his companions. Fortunately, he didn't stupidly stick his head out. Although the treasures were good, he still needed to be alive to take them. It's good that you know. In short, we'll just watch from the side and not get involved in this mess. It won't be too late for us to hit that brat when he's down. Several of his companions expressed their opinions. Of course, that person nodded his head vigorously, expressing his agreement. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the arrival of the first group, other groups and smaller groups arrived one after another. Soon, the dark true void was filled with people. They were at least at the aspect realm and had condensed a heaven and earth aspect. There were also some lightning tribulation mighty figures. However, when these people arrived and saw Xia Ping's expressionless face as he sat there cross-legged in the air like a god, they immediately felt fear. They were even wary of each other. After all, although their main target this time was Wu Wudi, the problem was that these forces were not familiar with each other, and some even had grudges. Who knew whether or not someone next to them would suddenly plot against them? Therefore, the groups maintained a certain distance from each other, and no one dared to make the first move. In the blink of an eye, the groups had reached a stalemate, and none of them dared to make a move against Xia Ping. They exchanged glances, as if they were waiting for someone else to make the first move. What's wrong? Xia Ping suddenly opened his eyes and looked around calmly. None of you dare to make a move? I'm standing right here, alone and weak. You're welcome to come and beat me to death. After a moment passed, They still didn't make a move. In fact, they were even more afraid of Xia Ping, worried that there might be some sort of trap in the area. None of them dared to make a move. A bunch of gutless bandits. If you don't have the guts to make a move, then screw off. Don't be an eyesore. Xia Ping clasped his hands behind his back. What the hell? This brat is too arrogant. He even said he's welcome to come and beat him to death. I can't stand him for another second. I'm going to kill him right now. Seeing Xia Ping's look of disdain, someone could not take it anymore and flew into a rage. But before he could make a move, he was immediately suppressed by his companions. Brother, calm down. You must calm down. There must be a trap around this brat. This bastard is trying to goad us into action. Don't fall for it. Yes, this person is a peerless devil, even more ferocious than the demons of the abyss. Don't fight him for now. When the main group arrives, we'll teach him a lesson. Let his soul fall into the Avicii hell and suffer for eternity. Don't be angered by him. At this moment, a bald monk walked out. He wore a yellow cassock and put his palms together, exuding the aura of an enlightened monk. His magical power had reached the early stage of the Thunder Retribution realm. And behind him were 7 or 8 Buddhist monks, all of them at the peak of the Dharma plane. Master, you're right. I was almost angered by this devil. Fortunately, Master, you enlightened me and saved my life. May I know your Dharma name? That person immediately put his palms together to express his gratitude and suppressed his anger. I'm Jianu, the monk in the yellow cassock said. So it's Master Jianu. Everyone was in awe. Those with the surname Jie were all elder-level masters in Buddhism. Their magical power was profound and unfathomable, and they were famous in the universe. Damn bald donkey, don't pretend. At this moment, Xia Ping spat out a mouthful of saliva that contained powerful magical power. It pierced through the void like a laser, instantly flying towards Master Jianu's smooth head. With a smack, that mouthful of saliva, no, phlegm, landed accurately on his head. At that moment, everyone was stunned. They were completely stunned. They had not expected something like this to happen. They were caught off guard, and no one was able to catch this action. Wu Wudi had actually spat through the air and landed on Master Jianu's body. Master, are you all right? The man in blue widened his eyes and looked at Master Jianu. I'm fine. It's just a mouthful of phlegm. That devil thinks that he can anger me with such petty tricks. He's underestimating me. I've been cultivating in Buddhism since I was young. I've read tens of thousands of scriptures, experienced the various aspects of life, and purified thousands of devils. I've lived for 35,736 years. There's nothing I haven't experienced. This is just child's play. The corner of Master Jianu's mouth twitched. He was furious, but when he saw the expectant eyes of the crowd, he calmed down. He pinched an orchid in his hand and pretended to be calm. With a kind smile on his face, he did not even touch the phlegm. It was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 1890. Before he could finish his sentence, a stone flew over with a swoosh. It was about the size of a thumb and was silent at an unbelievable speed. No one could react in time. Immediately, the pebble accurately smashed into Master Jianu's head. A huge bump appeared on his head, and the pebble was instantly shattered into pieces. Master Jianu was dumbfounded. He did not expect that bastard to hit him with a stone. That bastard knew that he could not be killed, but he did it anyway. It was a provocation, a clear provocation. Someone saw this and immediately cursed, standing up for Master Jianu. Wu Wudi, you're too much. How dare you humiliate Master Jianu with such petty tricks? Do you have any sense of morality in the pugilistic world? Come at me openly if you have the guts. That's right, Wu Wudi. You're a coward. Master Jianu is an eminent monk. How could he be angered by a despicable demon like you? Give it up. A group of people shouted angrily, glaring at Xia Ping in the distance. Amit Ba, everyone, please calm down. This is just the demon's final struggle. This proves that he's at his wit's end and is at his wit's end. That's why he resorted to such childish tricks. Master Jinnu waved his hand and said calmly, "Do you think that a small stone can make an enlightened monk like me lose my mind and get angry? You've underestimated the self-restraint that I've cultivated for 35,736 years. My heart is as still as water and as clear as a mirror. There are no ripples at all." He stood with his hands behind his back, as if nothing had happened. As expected of Master Jinnu, an eminent monk of Buddhism, such self-restraint is really high. We can't compare. He's indifferent even after being humiliated like this. It's impossible not to speak ill of him without tens of thousands of years of cultivation. I've learned a lesson. I've really learned a lesson. Only someone like Master Jinnu can be considered a true master. Although the others have good cultivation, their self-restraint is extremely low. They speak ill of others at the drop of a hat. They're just boorish people who won't be respected. I sensed a Buddhist aura in front of the master. That's the presence of a true Buddha. Seems like there's hope for him to become a sage. Everyone was filled with admiration and reverence. Before he could finish his words, another black stone the size of a watermelon smashed over from afar. Like a meteor, it streaked across the sky, carrying with it a terrifying aura. The rock then smashed into Master Jinnu's head. In an instant, the entire rock was shattered into pieces by his protective power. However, a large amount of debris fell on his body, making him look very pathetic. "Master." Everyone was stunned as they looked at Reverend Jinnu. They had not expected Wu Wudi's repeated provocations to be directed at Reverend Jinnu. He wanted to slap him in the face on the spot. "Wu Wudi, that's enough. You're always picking on Master Jinnu. If you have the guts, come at me." That bastard knows that Master Jinnu won't get angry, so he keeps causing trouble. This is bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He only knows how to bully the weak. Despicable and shameless. A group of people shouted, their emotions surging. "Foolish child, form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Nothing can be done without form. Everything in the world is but an illusion, a rock the size of a watermelon. You won't be able to anger me by doing this. Demon, repent and become a Buddha." Reverend Jinnu put his palms together, but when he said those words, his expression was a little stiff and ferocious. Swoosh. Before he could finish speaking, another rock smashed over. However, this was no ordinary rock. It was a huge meteorite with a diameter of 500 kilometers, like a small planet. This meteorite contained powerful dermic powers. It enveloped the entire body and tore through the air, smashing directly at Reverend Jinnu's head. Before the people around him could react, Reverend Jinnu immediately exploded. He flew into a rage and cursed, "Wu Wudi, I'll screw your mother and all your ancestors. Do you really think that I don't have a temper? I've already smashed it 2 or 3 times and you still want to smash it again. This time, you're even more outrageous. You threw a meteorite at me. That's too much. Even Buddhas have flames. Don't." He leaped into the air and smashed his fist, instantly smashing the meteorite into pieces and shattering it completely. "Reverend Jinnu, why are you angry? Didn't Buddha say to forgive? If someone slaps your left cheek, you should put your right cheek forward and let him slap you as well, forgiving all their sins?" Xia Ping said calmly. "Forgive my ass. That's what those birdmen from the angel clan said. It has nothing to do with Buddha. I'll send you to Buddha now." Reverend Jinnu was furious. Balls of golden Buddhist light erupted from his body, and a Dharma form of heaven and earth formed behind him. It was a glaring Vajra, and terrifying flames of rage erupted from his body. It was like the Buddhist karmic fire that could burn everything. That kid is finished. He actually dared to anger Elder Jinnu. He doesn't know that Elder Jinnu has cultivated the glaring Vajra magic. The angrier he is, the more terrifying his Buddhist magic will be. With his anger as his foundation, he won't die until his anger is completely burned. He'll fight to the death and won't rest until he's dead. This is the wrath of Buddha. A Buddhist monk revealed some information about Reverend Jinnu Rumble. Reverend Jinnu charged forward. His entire body was golden, as though he was cast from gold. Buddhist runes covered his entire body, as though scriptures had covered his entire body. Every inch of his body contained terrifying Buddhist power. No evil spirit could get close to him. The Dharma form of heaven and earth behind him was glaring Vajra. It was 3,000 feet tall, and its golden hands came crashing down. It was as though it wanted to shatter the void and set off boundless waves. Reverend, anger won't solve any problems. You'd better calm down. Xia Ping activated the nine heavens' mysterious underworld force within him. Balls of white cold air gushed out from his body, instantly covering a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. It turned into a vast white world, as though everything had been frozen. This was no ordinary cold air. It was the Shenming cold air that he had obtained from the ice demon saint. He had melted it into his body, multiplying the power of the nine heavens' mysterious underworld force. It could even extinguish ordinary extraordinary flames. All living creatures that came into contact with the Shenming cold air would be frozen and unable to move. What? Reverend Jianyu was shocked. He could naturally sense how terrifying the Shenming cold air was. It was as though it was absolute ice from the depths of the ice dimension, capable of freezing everything. Although the Buddhist hellfire on his body was extremely terrifying and could burn all demons to death, the problem was that it was just an illusory flame. It could only target karma and not real matter. This was also the biggest weakness of the Buddhist hellfire. In an instant, Reverend Jianyu did not even have time to react. He did not even have the chance to make a move before his entire body was frozen by the Shenming cold air. He was turned into a huge human-shaped ice sculpture. He stood in the void, as though he was an eternal Buddha sculpture. Chapter 1891. Elder Jinnu. When the Buddhist monks saw this, their eyes widened. They did not expect Reverend Jinnu to be subdued so easily by Wu Wudi and be frozen so easily. This was far beyond their expectations, and they panicked. After all, Master Jinnu was an elder of the Buddhist sect. If he was killed today, it would be an unbearable loss for the Buddhist sect. Demon, let Master Jinnu go immediately. Kill. Buddhist divine ability, Prajna Palm. Vajra Finger. Arhat Fist. The group of Buddhist monks was enraged. They immediately used their various divine abilities, and the Dharma of Buddhas quickly condensed behind them, absorbing the essence chi of the world within 3,000 miles. Terrifying Buddhist power gathered, and faint Sanskrit sounds could be heard. Buddhist divine abilities attacked Xia Ping in an attempt to force him back and save Master Jinnu. Shenming Sky, 3 feet freeze. Xia Ping stood in place and did not move. He struck out with his palm, and the dermic powers in his body surged. The Shenming frost chi within 300 million kilometers surged like a raging sea, making loud noises. The Shenming frost chi swept over like a storm, sweeping across the world. Rumble. In an instant, the Buddhist divine abilities of the dozen or so Buddhist sages were all destroyed. The power of their divine abilities was shaken into a ball of essence chi, and at the same time, the terrifying Shenming frost chi invaded their lungs and every cell. In the next second, the group of Buddhist monks turned into ice sculptures. Everyone could see the various emotions of the monks before they were frozen. Perhaps it was fear, anger, reluctance, or disbelief. Countless emotions floated on the surface, vivid and lifelike. Wu Wudi lives up to his name. He's too powerful. Are you kidding me? He's only at the early stage of the transcendence realm? Even a tribulation realm cultivator might not have such strength. I heard that Wu Wudi once received Saint Panwu's inheritance and a Panwu true scripture. He trained his dermic powers to an unfathomable level. Damn it, how did this kid get Saint Panwu's inheritance? It's so unfair. Putting aside the possibility of a trap, even if there isn't a trap, with this kid's strength, ordinary people won't be able to do anything to him. Seeing so many Buddhist monks being frozen, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Wu Wudi's name was like the shadow of a tree. Although they had heard of many of Wu Wudi's deeds and great reputation, they had never seen it with their own eyes, so they still had some doubts. He was just a kid, so how could he become a universal wanted criminal? However, when they saw this scene, they immediately had no more doubts. This kind of mystic art was simply unimaginable. He had already cultivated the mystic art to the acme of perfection. Everyone, come and beat me to death. Stop dilly-dallying. Of course, if you don't dare to come, then I'll go over and beat you to death. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back, his body exuding a violent aura. What? Feeling this terrifying murderous aura, everyone couldn't help but retreat thousands of kilometers, as if they had fallen into an endless illusion. A world of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared in the depths of their consciousness, filled with the aura of eternity, chaos, blood, and slaughter. In this blood-red world, it was like hell. The violent murderous aura contained in it almost destroyed all vitality. The deathly still aura made them tremble, leaving seeds of fear in their hearts. Wu Wudi, you're too arrogant. This universe isn't ruled by you humans. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Suddenly, a wave of murderous aura spread out, covering the sky and the earth like an ocean, surging over, covering hundreds of millions of kilometers. Everyone couldn't help but look over, and they were all shocked. A ferocious bird flew over from afar, its wings almost covering a planet, covering the sky and the earth. Everyone could feel the murderous aura of this ferocious bird, and they were all terrified. It let out a piercing shriek, and the demonic sound pierced through everyone's ears. The blood of some weaker people immediately boiled, their blood vessels ruptured, and they were seriously injured. They couldn't resist at all. Oh no, this is the baleful crow demon bird that contains the bloodline of an ancient ferocious beast. Someone immediately exclaimed. They could tell that this ferocious bird was the famous baleful crow demon bird in the universe. Legend had it that the patriarch of the baleful crow demon bird race was extremely terrifying. He could swallow a star in one bite, and even some saints had been swallowed by him before. How can I miss such a show? I want this human. The essence of his flesh and blood is extremely rich. After eating him, I can immediately evolve and break through to a higher level. A voice rang through the void. Suddenly, a huge red snake monster flew over from afar. It had 6 legs and 4 wings, and its body was extremely huge. It was at least 13,000 kilometers long, as if it could wrap a planet with its body. Faye, this is the primordial Faye. It's actually here. Someone recognized the true identity of this snake monster. It was the famous Fae from the primordial era. It was said that once this snake monster appeared, the land within 1,000 miles became scarlet. It was proficient in fire elemental techniques, and its body contained a terrifying strange fire. It was extremely ferocious and extremely powerful. The surrounding people couldn't help but quickly retreat because it was too hot around the Fae. The temperature had increased by tens of thousands of degrees. This kind of temperature was enough to burn gold and melt iron. Ordinary people couldn't withstand this kind of temperature at all. Even if they could withstand it, they would need to constantly use their spiritual energy to resist this heat. The amount of spiritual energy needed was extremely shocking. Fae, baleful crow demon bird, get out of here. This human belongs to me, the amethyst tiger. He once came to the Western universe to cause trouble and killed the heavens' favorites of my tiger clan. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. I will definitely take his life. Whoever dares to stop me will die. No mercy. In the distance, a huge tiger that looked like it was made out of purple crystals appeared. It was thousands of meters tall, like a mountain. It emitted a purple light and looked exceptionally beautiful. However, everyone could see that this amethyst tiger was extremely violent. It contained a domineering aura and its entire body was made out of purple crystals. Ordinary treasures could not break through the amethyst tiger's defense. This was also an primordial descendant. Amethyst tiger, don't be too arrogant. This human has caught the eye of my void butterfly. I must kill him and make a name for myself. The one standing at the peak of the universe must be my golden ant clan. Killing him will make me famous. I want all of his bounty. No one is allowed to take it. I am an elder of the Demon Kun clan. Following the arrival of the amethyst tiger, baleful crow demon bird, Fae, and other primordial descendants, other tyrannical experts also arrived. For example, the Lion Clan's Nine-Headed Lion, the Demon Butterfly Clan's Void Butterfly, the Ant Clan's Golden Ant, and so on. They arrived in an instant, emitting a violent demonic energy that shook the void and shook the planet. My God, so many experts have arrived. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.